Hello, good morning and welcome along to the third and final day of Group A action here at the MODUS Super Series, where it's Christian de Boer who currently leads the way at the top of the table, having won all 5 of his matches yesterday. Stephen Plumstead plummeted to the bottom of the Group A table on Tuesday. He did manage to register a win on day 2 though, taking out this 118 en route to a 4-1 win over Walters. Lisa Ashton is one of 2 players on 8 points, coming from 3-1 down against Plumstead to claim victory before overturning a 3-2 deficit to Michels. Moreno is the other player with 4 wins so far this week, struggled for consistency again yesterday, but did reel in the big fish to complete a 12 in his win over Davis. Scott Walters had a frustrating end to what was a very positive day yesterday. Winning his first 3 games has left him well placed for a spot in Group B. JT Davis crucially came through a decider in his final game yesterday to keep his hopes alive of top in the group. After losing his first 3 games on Tuesday, the American rallied to finish strongly. But it's Christian de Boer who sits top of the table, having won all 5 games yesterday. He was the only player to produce a 90+ average yesterday. Yeah, Matt Edgar alongside me. Matt, it's really interesting. KDB went through the card yesterday. He's 4 points clear at the top of the league standings, but he didn't really have to produce that higher level yesterday in order to do so.
I look at the averages at the end of the day, but I look at them in blocks. The blocks are 3. How many visits does it go to the board? And he dropped into that 7-visit bracket. Now, we normally expect players to be within that 6-visit bracket to the board here, and he went through the card, coming to the board on 7 occasions. That tells me that that is the standard of this group right now. 7 visits to the board. We know it's not much more required in order to get to that 6 visits, and we know there's players in this group that sort of live in that block on a regular basis. They just haven't for the last couple of days. So it's going to make today a really intriguing day because someone doesn't have to step it up that much in order to take control of this group.
Yeah, I spoke to KDB yesterday after he'd gone through the card, and he even acknowledged himself that he feels like he has more to give here at the Super Series. It's quite interesting as well. He plays Moreno Michels in our opening game today. Moreno is favourite to come through that one. That just shows, doesn't it, that Moreno's not really given his all up here yet, but he has got gears to go through.
Yeah, that's done on his previous reputation. That's the main thing with Moreno. He's someone who's had a tour card before, played in 3 World Championships across 2 different codes, and played quite well on that World Championship stage as well. But again, the biggest concern for me is how long ago that now was. 10 years ago since he last played in a World Championship, so maybe we've just got to dismiss that form a little bit and we look at what's more recent. He played at Q School just a week ago. He played all right, but in tour card was never his intention. Super Series is somewhere where he eyes up. He's won on this stage before, and he does want to get another go at Champions Week. Yeah,
15 more matches to be played here in Group A. Let's have a look at the league standings at this stage, with 2/3 of our games completed. Confirmation that Christian de Boer is top of the table. He's got a 4-point cushion over JT Davis. But the first round of fixtures really could tell us everything, couldn't it? Because Moreno Michels takes on Christian de Boer, and then our second match is second against third, JT Davis against Scott Walters. If Walters gets the victory there, it could potentially all be wrapped up.
I think a lot of that comes to that first game. That is the big one. Everybody in that back room is going to want Moreno to win because they all want hope. And if Moreno doesn't win that game, that hope's going to look like it gets extinguished extremely quickly. So they're all going to be Moreno fans. Now, if Moreno does go and lose that game, he's got the advantage of throw, so that is why he's probably going to be favourite. If he does go on to lose that game, that's going to make a very dejected feeling in that back room. They're going to feel like the opportunity's already gone. They're going to know they need to go through the card. And looking at the league table, what the league table tells us is that Christian de Boer's fixtures get easier as the day goes.
And we've spoken quite a bit about Scott Walters this week and his demeanour up on stage. We also know that he's going to be playing Challenge Tour later this week. So it's imperative, isn't it, for him that he at least gets Group B?
The best thing for Scott Walters is to win this group. If he wins this group, he could play 4 out of the 5 Challenge Tours with the schedule that he would then have coming back on Saturday night. If he gets into Group C, he's going to be missing Friday's Challenge Tours, potentially missing Saturday as well, maybe only doing the one on the Sunday. we know that that challenge tour, the first one, it's as good as going to Q School. It's the golden ticket. You can get everything accessed. If you do well on that first challenge tour, the likelihood is you're going to get some Pro Tour call-ups, you're going to get your challenge tour. There's all sorts of things that you're going to access coming back here. ADC, WDF, you can literally have the world at your feet. It will be the Scott Williams effect. So Scott Walters needs to make sure that he can get to as many of those as possible. So winning today and winning this group would be vital, which is why he probably stormed off this stage yesterday extremely upset that he gave a big lead to Christian de Boer at the top of the table.
Yeah, and we can have a look at the Group A betting. No surprise at all to see Christian de Boer at 2-7 to go on and win it. But there is value, isn't there? Certainly, especially given the performance levels that we've seen from all of the players so far in JT Davis and Scott Walters.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be happy at 2-7 on any of these players. I wouldn't, as much as he's gone through the card, and he's not just gone through the card. We can look at that yesterday, how well he did, but actually won his last 2 games on Monday as well. So he's on a 7-game winning run, but it's not because he's dominating the play. It's not because other people aren't getting opportunities. So I wouldn't be comfortable at 2-7. I think if you have taken that, you may get a bit of a bumpy ride.
Realistically, it looks like it's going to be a Group C campaign for Lisa Ashton. How do you think she'll be reflecting on her 2 days? Because she's produced a really high level, but then did drop off quite significantly in her last match yesterday.
I think what happens on the board for Lisa Ashton isn't the key. The fact she's won 4 games so far is fantastic. She probably came here thinking, win 1 or 2, I'll be happy with that. She's just all about how she feels. She wants to feel comfortable. She wants to feel happy. She wants to leave here feeling healthy. She doesn't want to leave here feeling like, I'm in a lot of pain, or maybe I can't meet the demands of a heavy schedule. So I think she's just going to be delighted the fact she's getting through these. We've seen her adjust her game to how she feels at times. Yesterday moved down to the 19s for a period of time. But the positive was she went back up to the 20s. So it's varying in how she feels, but I think she's got a smile on her face still.
Yeah, it said a lot as well, didn't it, when she returned to the 20s. If she was missing the treble bed, she was going high, not low.
Absolutely. My biggest concern was dropping low. We stood up here yesterday, we said, oh, it was cold down here. I expected to see her drop low. And she actually worked into that and went down to the 19s. And then, like I say, went back up top. It's not as cold here today. So maybe we won't see that tactic employed. She even brought a hand warmer in here yesterday just to try and get more feeling when that nerve's not allowing that feeling to come through. So she's aware of the problem. She's got solutions to the problem, and she's not willing to, she is willing, sorry, to mix her game up if she needs to.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look then at today's bet builder for this morning's Group A action, and it returns almost 5-1. The first selection, JT Davis and Scott Walters over 5.5 legs. Now, we did see so many 4-3s yesterday, didn't we? So many last leg deciders. I think there's good value in that one. Scott Walters against Stephen Plumstead. Match 180s, Walters to get the most in that one. And then Moreno Michels taking on JT Davis. Match winner, JT Davis. What are your thoughts on that?
First one, absolutely agree. It wasn't just yesterday we had long days, it was Monday as well. I think it was 13 games yesterday, broke that over 5.5. So I'm very surprised that the bookies are still employing that 50% return, because this is a very tightly compact group where everyone's 7 visits to a board. So I do think we're going to see a lot of close, tight-knit games again today. JT Davis, Moreno Michels, I think there's value in that. I think that's a 50-50 game. So I would price them up at 5 to 6 apiece. So the fact it's odds against, I think there's value, but it's a completely 50-50 game for me, that one.
And you've spent a bit of time in the practice room already this morning. What sort of demeanour are you getting from Stephen Plumstead? Bottom of the Group A table at the moment, but what are you getting from him?
Yesterday, when he was bottom of the table, you asked me the question, what do we want to see from him? And I said I want to see him smiling and enjoying and embracing the experience that he's worked so hard for to be here. He is. He's doing exactly that. I went in there, he was happy, he was joyful. He's watching the games back because he mentioned a few things that we've said on commentary. As soon as we went in there, he says, are you going to put a Richard Ashdown picture up for me today? And I was like, oh, so you are watching it then? Yeah. And he's like, yeah, he's loving it. He's really enjoying the experience. And I just want to see him continue to do that, regardless of what happens. He went off here yesterday, won 1 match. It was his last game, and it looked like he just won the tournament. That's what we want to see.
Right then, a big day of Group A action ahead. Before we get into our first match, let's hear from our table topper, Christian de Boer now. He's been chatting to Chris Murphy.
Christian, first of all, yesterday, what a day for you. 5 wins. Just give us your feelings and thoughts on how it went.
5 wins, 5 wins, 5 wins. Didn't play other bets, but I won. I won the games at all. Last game was pretty well against Moreno. He had a 12 dotted to get a DFO and 11 dotted to finish up the job. So and get the fifth win in a row. So.
And other results have meant that you're 4 points clear going into today. So it's there for the taking, that chance to get through to Saturday, have a couple of days off. What's going to be your approach today?
The same as the last 2 days. Just throw me darts, see what's happened. If they go in, they go in. Just wait for it to really happen. Just as long as you keep hitting big numbers, your will be fine, and they go in at all.
What were your expectations when you arrived here this week?
Like nothing. Just see what will happen. And it's my first day, first time here, my first big experience on the stage, and you will see. You will wait to see what will happen, and turn out quite well. Quite confident still.
Yeah, going really well. While we've got the chance to chat to you for the first time, just give the viewers a little bit about yourself, your background, how long you've been playing darts.
Well, I've been playing darts for like 15 years now. Worked at a local grocery, and one of my colleagues used to play in the local selections. And he asked me to come over play some darts because I say I do sit sometimes home. And I beat the hell out of him. He took me on Thursday for a youth tournament. I won that one, and Friday the evening, I was second on the men's tournament. I was just 14 years old then.
And it's all led to what you're doing now
Yeah.
here at the Super Series.
I've never been taking it too serious, to be fair. I like the game, but I never really had the idea to go for full professional. Been doing Q school now 2 times. The last 4 years, but just had a little boy, and he's born on the 1st of January, so it's quite hard with the Q school then. But maybe next year I'll try again.
Well, congratulations, and hopefully I'll be saying congratulations again at the end of the day. Good luck.
Yeah, we'll see. Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Right then, our first match of the day is a big one. Moreno Michels takes on our table topper Christian de Boer, who won all 5 of his matches yesterday. A win here, and it's going to be very difficult indeed to dislodge him from top spot. As for Michels, he'll still have his sights set on a Group B campaign for the remainder of the week. He's certainly capable of producing a higher level than he's shown so far this week. Can he show that today to have a say in who finishes top? So to see who gets off the mark to a winning start on day 3, let's hand you over to Matt Edgar, and good morning, Chris Murphy.
Good morning, Abby. Good morning, everybody. And yes, let's get stuck into the final day of darts in Group A this week at the MODUS Super Series. And as Abby was just saying, it's a significant opening encounter.
First leg, it's Moreno to throw
Yeah, realistically,
first.
Moreno, Michael's only aiming for Group B, but if he loses this match, he can be counted out of anything better than that. We will see players trip up at the moment. Right now, every single player in the
60.
group has a mathematical chance of winning it, even Stephen Plumstead, although it would be an absolute miracle if he was to turn around that 10-point deficit and everything that needs to happen in between. But if de Boer gets off to a winning start, then that would immediately rule out Plumstead and the man that he's trying to beat here in Moreno Michels from that top spot. 4 points going into the last day of a group, Matthew Edgar, is usually a lead that's pretty safe. But in this particular group, we might see some potential movement. Do you think?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've not seen anyone really take this by the
60.
Scruff of the neck. We've seen Christian de Boer, the most likely player to break a 90 average. He's done it 3 times, and he's broken the 100, which is
43
as to why he's the man at the top of the table. But a bit inconsistent at times. Certainly offers opportunity. Certainly offered opportunity at the start of yesterday. 48 darts in his first couple of games at doubles. So I wouldn't say this is a done deal.
100.
I certainly don't like that 2-7 on him to win the group. The likelihood is he does win the group, but absolutely no value there for me today.
100.
Well, the
Christian
first leg could go his way here if he
121.
can clean up the 1-2-1. Can we see the KDB spectacular here? Treble 17 leaves the bullseye.
96.
Just whistles
Moreno
past the wire.
require 84.
Same target for his opponent. And he shows him
Game
where
shot on
it
the
is.
first leg.
Moreno Michaels finding
Michaels.
the smallest target on the dartboard to hang on to his throw in the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Christian to throw first. Game on.
One thing Christian should feel, though, right now is a bit invincible. Because it's not just the going through the card yesterday, the 5 wins. He also
59.
won fixtures 4 and 5 on Monday on a 7-game winning run right now. Christian de Boer. And when you're on those sort of winning runs, you do feel like you can just get yourself out of
59.
any situation. You always feel like an opportunity is going to present itself. Even if you're 3-0 down, you think, I'm going to get an opportunity somewhere. They're not going to put me
97.
away. It's only when you're losing regularly do you have those sort of negative thoughts where you feel you've got to hit
60.
everything, or everything that everyone hits against you is just against you. Bit like
59.
Scott Walters right now, who's sort of gone into that mindset where everyone just seems to hit everything against him.
58.
There are players that do that quite often, aren't there? That just seem to... Every treble and double that their
100.
opponent hits is greeted with utter disdain and like it was some kind of personal offence. And when they miss a treble or double, it's like, how on earth has that happened?
59.
Can't think of any off the top of my mind. Anyway, coming up later this week, Kevin Painter, Mark Durbridge and Ricky Palmer
134.
in Group C.
$43. Christian required 52.
Double top for De Boer to get himself settled in today.
32.
Michaels can't do what he did last time and nick the leg because he's not on a finish.
58.
Let's see what Christian
Christian
Dublin's
required
like
20.
at the start of today. 21 darts it took him in game number 1 yesterday.
Game shot on the second leg. Christian de
5
Boer.
darts to get over the line on this occasion. He did strengthen up his doubling as the day went on
Third leg, it's
yesterday. I mentioned
Moreno to
about
throw
those
first.
48
Game on.
darts to wrap up the first couple of legs, but then 4 from 5, 4 from 8, 4 from 6.
134.
19 darts used to win his last 12 legs.
58.
Who made of the Michaels campaign? Man who, of course, was a weekly winner last time and a grand finalist. Has he played like a man who's
60.
got that billing to follow?
I think he's played like a man who is now purely a part-time dart player, which is
58.
what he is, who has the mindset of somebody who was once a professional player.
100.
Now, by that, what I mean is there's going to be frustration because the mind knows what it needs to do, is experienced enough, he knows what he needs to do in certain situations, and the body just
100.
isn't delivering it. Like when you have a couple of years off and then you think, I can go play Sunday League football, that's a standard I can
123.
deal with. And then you go out, you're spraying balls everywhere, you blow up really quick, you're panting for breath after 5 minutes, wanting to be subbed off.
93.
But the brain
Moreno
still tells you
required
you're,
84.
Bit of a Ronaldo.
Looking for the same finish, different route that he got to win the first leg in this match.
44.
He will be back for tops.
60. Moreno, you required
Ultimately,
40.
never really the Ronaldo. It's just the safety of the
Game
past.
shot on the third leg.
Moreno will look back on the past.
Michaels.
He'll look back on those days from 2014, 2013 when he was on the Pro Tour.
Fourth
and
leg, it's Christian to throw first.
certainly
Game
feel
on.
when you look back, you go, oh, that was my best days. I could do this, I could do that. But in the time, when you're actually there, you don't feel like that, which is sometimes while watching positive take back can be a bit of a negative because it's so safe.
100.
You also glorify the past as well, don't you? It's you remember the highlights and forget the mundane.
59.
Well, I must say, just to offer a counter to your theory, Matt, I did play a football match 7 years after I stopped
57.
playing in my local team, and I felt no different at all. Then again, I never ran around in the old days.
I was going to say,
137.
sitting down on the bench feels the same wherever you sit, doesn't it?
Touche.
96.
I think target man was the polite way of putting it.
It's a strange way of pronouncing kit.
140.
Well, Moreno Michaels on target so far in this match,
96.
a little more than Christian de Boer. And just number crunching this week tells you that winning all 5 matches was a bit of an outlier, really. You wouldn't expect any player to do that in a day in a group.
45.
And we could
Christian
get a little bit
required
of movement still.
152.
A win for Michaels. He's 6 points behind de Boer and in a good position for at least a Group B berth. But we're really looking at
64.
JT
Moreno
Davis
required
over his shoulder as a real
120.
contender to take top spot. And he's in action next against Scott Walters, who's in 3rd place at the moment. Tops for Moreno.
100.
The dart just got in the way.
Christian require 88.
The ball.
50.
Well,
Moreno,
he's
you require
set
20.
it up just in case. But Moreno 2 from 3 on the doubles. An opportunity to break the throw here of Christian de Boer and give himself that bonus opportunity, but he can't see much.
No score. Christian, you required 38.
Choices. He can go straight for the hit.
Game
And
shot on
did
the
that.
4th leg.
Didn't
Christian
consider the
de
split.
Boer.
And the legs have been split so far. 4 shared for parity.
5th leg, it's
In the
Moreno
early
to throw
exchanges
first.
here.
Game on.
I feel like we've just seen a real key important moment here. Moreno having a bit of
66.
afterlag, rescues it with the last dart in hand, but that was 3 darts there at a popular double for Moreno to break the throw with 3-1 up
48.
and have 3 opportunities to get over the line, 2 of which would have been with throw. Instead now he's caused a lot of drama for himself, which has kind of been the
80.
story and theme of his week so far. When he's had the opportunity to do things the easy way, he's gone, no, I don't fancy that actually.
60. 140.
Remember as well, we mentioned JT Davis. He had a really good start to this group, 4 straight wins. He then went on to lose
140.
4 straight matches as well. Christian de Boer, remember, won all 5 of his games yesterday, and he's actually on a
85.
winning streak that extends to 7 matches, having won his last 2 on Monday as well.
96. Moreno, you require 130.
Nicely done. Double 5.
120.
Maybe
Christian, you
too
require
scared of ending up on 5,
157.
but he's given a chance to his opponent here. He's not going to take it.
117.
Set it
Moreno,
up
you require
beautifully, though.
10.
Moreno, 3 darts in hand again. Replica of the last leg. He's not going to be able to take it.
6. Christian, you
He's had his
require
opportunities,
40.
he's had his chances. Christian de Boer, like he's done
Game
throughout
shot on the
this
5th
group,
leg.
just steps in.
Christian de Boer.
Takes the opportunity, and he's a leg away now from opening up a 6-point gap at
6th
the
leg,
top
it's
of the
Christian to
table,
throw first.
which could
Game on.
end up being a gap too big.
Yeah, great start. He probably needs just a couple of wins really today
93.
to secure that spot. I mean, one may even do it, knowing the inconsistency in this group. Everybody can beat everybody.
59.
I think there were a couple of players that would have really fancied to go at him. Moreno would have been one of them. Scott Walters, another.
94.
He doesn't play Walters until game 11. It could all be done by then. Suppose the big determining match is looking like it's going to be game 4. Christian de Boer against
45.
JT Davis. Could be there by then. A leg away from an 8th successive victory here, and
58.
however he's got them, however he's done it, you have to give him credit for that.
I can tell you for a fact the other 4 players in this group would have been huddled around that TV screen, cursing Moreno Michaels when he was missing those doubles. But big maximum for Moreno. It's not over yet.
180.
Okay, pause that thought. The finishing line may be in sight.
All about timing, isn't it? His opponent hits a 180. He gives one straight back.
99.
The only 2 in
Christian
this match have
requires
come in that
76.
exchange back to back, and it's allowed de Boer the opportunity to get the job done here. It's double top. And that is an absolutely excellent closing out of this contest from Christian de Boer. That's why he's top of the table. That's why he keeps on winning. A 180 in answer to a maximum from Moreno Michaels, followed by a 76 match-winning finish. And it is the 8th straight victory for the Dutchman, who moves clear at the top of the table by some 6-point margin. That is going to be a huge, huge gap to bridge. The man tasked with doing it, JT Davis, is in action next. He takes on 3rd place, Scott Walters.
JT Davis and Scott Walters are up next. If Walters wins, de Boer will be as good as through to finals night. He'd have a 6-point lead with only 8 left to play for the chasing pack. I think it's fair to say, though, that these two certainly don't bring out the best in each other. Their head-to-head for the week is 1 apiece, but in both matches, the two players have averaged in the mid-70s. Will we see a higher quality contest between the pair this morning? And can JT keep the pressure on KDB? Over to Chris and Matt to talk you through this hugely significant contest.
Yep, Scott Walters, the 40-year-old flinger from Winchester. A player who probably feels that he should be closer to the top of the table in this group. He's now some 8 points adrift. The man closest to Christian De Boer at the top of the group is this man, JT Davis. But that one win for De Boer, and it might be all he needs, Matt. It's going to be difficult now for anybody to catch him on 18 points. Walters would need 4 wins just
First
to get there. That's
JT
without
to
De
throw
Boer winning
first.
another
Game
match.
on.
And then JT Davis, well, he would need 6. I think he's going to need to win this and then beat De Boer for us to have a race in the next game.
Yeah, this place could all be done and dusted quite early today in terms of
60.
who wins this group. But Scott Walters, someone I was excited to see here this week. Someone I thought could really accelerate in this group, but hasn't found his best starts yet. And when I went into this morning just to have a little chat to people, it was almost like he was angry already. He will feel like he is the player to beat in this group, and he'll be frustrated that it's happened 5 times. He's the player here with the most experience in this
60.
format. He does have entries into this weekend's Challenge Tour. So if he was to have won this group, he could have gone up there, played the 2 Challenge Tour events on the Friday, maybe done the Saturday afternoon, come back for finals night, then gone back to the Challenge Tour for Sunday. Instead, he has a danger here where he could drop into Group C and lose the opportunity to be at the Challenge Tour until the final day.
Well, for his opponent, Davis, he had a great start to the week. 4 wins on Monday before a defeat, and then 3 more followed. Did manage to pick up 2 at the back end of yesterday just to keep himself interested.
JT required 24.
He's made a decent start here. Double 12 after 12.
Game shot
Nicely
on the first
pinned
leg.
as well. 13 dart start for JT Davis from stateside.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
You can just see it bubbling under for Scott Walters, can't you? He's just... You almost feel like we're just...
134.
one more blow away from seeing a full-on Colin Lloyd.
Colin Lloyd, who famously punched the dartboard.
100.
It is one of those sort of battles that you feel like you're not going to win. Dartboard, obviously a fixed object full of metal and wire.
I just loved the commentary at the time by the late great John Gwyney. John Gwyney said, "I've never seen that before. That the dartboard actually physically assaulted by the player."
60.
He came back to win the game as well, didn't he?
$100.
I did see Walters chuck a glance at the league leader, Christian De Boer, yesterday. There was a little bit of needle going on. It died down.
95. Scott, you require 127.
And he give himself something to smile about here.
$102.
But he went for it. Just wanted to kickstart his morning, the game. Now he's just going to have to come back and mop up the remaining 25.
140. Scott, you require 25.
Options here for Scott. 988, the
Game
preferred
shot on
route
the
of the
second
players.
leg. Scott Walters.
There's something for him to smile about. A good start to this game. Both players averaging over the
Third
ton
leg,
for
it's
the opening
JT to
couple of
throw
legs.
first. Game on.
Is that a case, though, that maybe they feel the chance of winning this group has now gone, and it's just
99.
throw the darts, enjoy the individual battles rather than the scoreboard pressure of the league table?
$60. 60.
We are seeing a real boost in standards so far in this match.
That scoreboard pressure can be
60.
very relatable to if you're playing things such as maybe like a poker league, where they sort of give you points for where you get eliminated in the group or in the table. And sometimes you'll be sat there and you'll be like, I don't want to play this hand, because if I play this hand and lose and get eliminated at this place, I don't get as many points. So if I just sit and wait a little bit longer, and that sort of sit and wait a little bit longer is kind of gone now. You've got to play your hand. You've got to go all in. Christian de Boer has a big, big lead at the top of the table, and Christian de Boer will probably be a Scott Walters fan right now, because that 6-point gap will stay in place if JT Davies is not able to win.
Davis looking to close the gap.
85. JT require 164.
Also, even though not a good result for him in terms of trying to top the table, it helps his Group B ambitions, the fact that Moreno Michaels lost. This would help those ambitions.
139.
But he's now 4 points clear of 4th place. Remember, 2nd and 3rd go through to Group B. Scott Walters could join him if he can beat him here with that same gap between himself and Michaels, and of course Lisa Ashton, who could
75.
go ahead.
JT required 25.
If she beats Stephen Plumstead in match 3 today. 88.
Game shot on the third leg.
Nick's in the bottom
JT
corner.
Davis.
And JT Davis has a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
JT Davies does carry quite a reputation round with him, despite the fact he's only been playing for a year on the CDC tour over in America. I remember
60.
when the fixture list was put out on our social media accounts at MSS Darts, and JT Davies' name was on there. He was the one everyone was picking out as the player they was really excited to see.
60.
And we haven't quite seen over the first couple of days that sort of reputation that he's built so quickly, but he's certainly showing it in this one. Good finishing,
100.
power scoring, and cemented together with not many trebleless visits. Because I think that's been the key for
97.
JT Davies. We've seen the good stuff from him. We've seen plenty of 140s and 9 180s, 3-ton plus finishers. But it's the bits that cement it together. He's turned up with the bricks,
58.
but he's got no mortar.
$100.
There's a difference in grouping, I think, between these two players as well. We saw evidence of it in that last visit and that one there. Walter's often there or thereabouts around that treble 20. JT Davis is a good straight thrower, but often his darts, there's a big gap vertically between them.
60. Scott, you require
Doesn't
144.
lose the line very often, but can be one in the treble 20, one near double top and one near the bullseye.
And I can tell you now, as a player stood behind that, it is so frustrating.
100.
Especially when they do that with the treble with the last one. You think, how has that gone in? Same as when you see someone throwing a double, they throw a double 20, they put 2 in the loop of the 20. You think, oh, he's having a game of loopy. And then pops it straight in the double.
60. Scott, you require 44.
Well, can Scott Walters pop one straight in the double himself? Not that one. Nor that one. And
28.
JT Davis has a
JT
break
require
chance.
124.
It's a big ask, 1, 2, 4, but he only needs one treble. It'll have to be treble 18. Can't find that, so it will be a return.
56. Scott, you
For
require
Walters,
16.
3 darts in hand, double 8 the target.
Game shot on the
And he
fourth
finds
leg.
that target.
Scott Walters.
2-2.
Fifth leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on.
Still yet to see a smile from Scott Walters or any sort of positivity
60.
coming from him. He knows that the task at hand today is sort of
60.
mission impossible, even though it is possible. He needs to go through the cards. Maximum of 20 points available. Christian de Boer already on 18.
60.
Getting close to confirmation, isn't he, Christian de Boer?
85.
Could certainly all be wrapped up by the mid part of the session.
$99.
And that's an excellent debut campaign, whichever way you look at it, for an ADC qualifier.
$81.
Big fan of the
134.
is Scott Walters, which is reason for the game. Homage to Triple H. The logo on the back of the shirt as well.
60.
Be looking
JT
forward to the
require
Royal Rumble next week, no
148.
doubt. But he looks like a guy that's more suitable at the moment to the Royal Rumble rather than the darts.
60.
And again, I think he might have wanted to throw one of the players off the stage yesterday as well.
$100. JT require
Still
88.
scrapping in this leg, but 88 in front of Davis. Treble 20 will be the first pot of call, and getting it gives him 2 darts
Game
at
shot
double
on the fifth
14, and he only
leg.
needs 1.
JT Davis.
Excellent clean kill for JT Davis. 3 out of 4 on the doubles in this
Sixth
game,
leg. Scott to throw
averaging
first.
about
Game on.
91. This is a decent display. And you'll get Scott Walters once again having that Mario Balotelli mentality. Why always me?
100.
Why always me? He could end up in Group C. That's twice that I've rhymed this week already.
We could see Walters v Painter.
97.
Mark Dubbridge also in action in that group. Ricky Palmer, that's the brother of Ryan Palmer, has played here before as well. Ricky Palmer as an ADC
78.
qualifier. Group B, tomorrow evening, the reigning champ, Jim McEwen, gets his second bite at getting through to Champions Week to defend that title. Wayne Jones,
40.
the Wanderer, returns, and Tony O'Shea, Silverback, back on the Super Series stage.
$44. $63.
I think anyone who's decided to go on those over markets for all the fixtures can be quite happy this week so far. 13 of
77.
yesterday's 15 went in the over markets, and we're going in that same way again today. Maybe that should just be the bet builder. We'll just be 3 over 5.5s.
54.
Some lengthy matches, and it just kind of is expected when you seem to have a relatively evenly matched
42.
group. Maybe some players have got higher ceilings and more pedigree than others, but in terms of the way they've played this week, the form has been similar.
97.
If it's
Scott, you
Walters,
require
makes it really interesting for the
160.
players trying to chase into Group B as well. Even Stephen Plumstead will still have hopes if Walters is defeated here. If he beats Lisa Ashton suddenly,
100.
he's one of
JT
3
require
players just 2 points
150.
behind.
$44. Scott, you require 60.
Take us all the way. I think both
50.
darts was low there because how
JT
Scott Walters'
require
darts lie, you can see him
106.
symbolising there. He doesn't mind getting close to that tops because it actually helps. We'll get another opportunity, but it might be just one more.
56. Scott, you require 10.
2 5s.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Better.
Scott Walters.
Oh, Scott Walters, who keeps the height on the dart on that occasion. Can he break the throw of JT Davies? Christian de Boer, who's not even on the stage.
It's JT to throw
We'll
first.
certainly hope
Game
he can.
on.
Significant leg here in regards to the unfolding of Group A.
Yeah, so
100.
both players really determined to pick up the points in this one, just to put you in the picture. This is how it looks as it stands. So 2 points will
95.
be allocated to one of these players. If Davis wins it, he moves within 4 of De Boer at the top. If Walters wins it, he joins Davis on 12 points. And the other bit you need
59.
to know is that Moreno Michaels and Lisa Ashton are on 8, so currently 2 behind Walters. That could become 4 if he can win this last leg decider.
140.
Well, Walters has made his move.
60.
The move has not been tracked. One treble here puts him in firm control of this fixture. And I don't mean that one.
49. $100.
Again, Walters in control, in command. And now driving home the
134.
advantage. Big 2 treble visit. Should at least get a dart at the bullseye for the match from here. He will be able to approach the Oki.
43.
opportunity to
Scott, you
wrap things
require
up.
83.
Rebel 17. Now looking at 16s, he's got 66 left. Which means he's got the bull left. Doesn't
48.
threaten it. This is a big,
JT
big
require
ask though for JT Davis.
139.
2 trebles required.
$99. Scott, you required 35.
For an enormous win.
Game, shot,
And Walters
the match.
gets
Scott
that win.
Walters.
And that makes things very, very interesting in this battle for Group B. It's probably a good result for Christian de Boer at the top of the table. Scott Walters keeps himself in contention to be the man at the top at the end of the day. He's probably going to have to win all of his matches and then hope for some favours from other players. De Boer now 6 points clear of both JT Davis and Scott Walters after Walters wins their battle for 3. That means that it's going to be difficult for Moreno Michaels, Lisa Ashton or Stephen Plumstead to make it into Group B, but Ashton and Plumstead will begin their campaigns next.
So then, Stephen Plumstead and Lisa Ashton complete our first round of fixtures this morning, both likely to be in Group C for the remainder of the week now. Ashton has come out on top in both of their meetings so far this week, withstanding a comeback from Plumstead on Monday before producing a comeback of her own from 3-1 down to take the points yesterday. But maybe Plumstead will consider this a good time to face the Lancashire Rose, as it took her a game or two to get up to speed on Monday and Tuesday. So to see how this one unfolds, let's get back to our commentary team.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. Chris Murphy and Matthew Edgar
First
alongside
leg,
me.
it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
And Stephen Plumstead and Lisa Ashton on the stage. Plumstead, bottom of the table, 6 points. Ashton, 2 clear of him, and now 4 adrift of third
22.
place Scott Walters after that win at the death in the game prior. This one
100.
also at the bottom, Lisa Ashton did manage to get victory in it yesterday by
58.
4 legs to 3. She also won by that margin on Monday as well.
140.
Already looking good this morning, isn't she, Lisa Ashton?
100.
We know the concerns and everything that's been there regarding her health, but she's finding that first start lovely.
85.
Yeah, and starting on the 20s, for those of you who weren't tuned in yesterday, she spent much of the day downstairs, aiming for the treble 19, quite often hitting it as well. Just has been managing an elbow injury.
100.
Probably had some impact in that decision making, but today maybe an early indication that she feels okay. Matthew Edgar did say it's a little bit warmer in here than it has been the last couple of days. She had hand warmer as well yesterday, and she is looking red hot at the start of this contest.
60.
The temperature does make a big difference when you're dealing with the type of injury that Lisa Ashton is, especially when you're trying to throw a dart and the hands trying to open at that point of release.
Lisa
You can
requires
just
16.
drag the darts a bit low at times when it's a bit chillier.
Game shot on the first leg.
Nothing wrong with that from Lisa Ashton. A very good start to this game and a breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first.
I did get
Game
my
on.
journalistic shoes on this morning, Chris, and I got to the bottom of a story you asked yesterday. You noticed there was a fox on the back of Stephen Plumstead's shirt. I actually now know the answer.
Yeah, it looks like it's scarpered the old fox now.
26.
So the fox on the back of his shirt is actually related to his son. So his son is named Kit, which is a term used for a young fox. So it's an homage to his son, and a really nice way of doing it. We do see a lot of people now have names or tributes to family members on their shirts. I actually really like the way that's done in terms of a bit of a graphic and something that is sort of known between the two of them, and obviously now known to everyone who's watching this.
121.
Yeah, well, the fox has trotted off. Wonder what his son will make of that now you've shared the story with the world.
140.
Something to do with a band, the shirt he's got on today. I can't remember what band it was. Was it Pink Floyd, maybe you said?
82. Lisa requires 61.
So you can see that, yeah, the album cover. And Lisa Ashton, the Lancashire Rose, and she's sporting
Game shot on the second leg.
a rather elegant Lancashire Rose on her collar.
Third
and
leg,
in the pocket, 2 legs in the pocket as well. Yeah, the Lancashire Rose on the collar, but the other side, 4 stars representing those 4 world titles.
43.
And the graphic that's actually on the back of Stephen Plumstead's shirt, he's actually got tattooed on his leg.
100.
I won't be able to show you the tattoo, but we can show you the 4 stars.
Well, it's been a 5-star start from Ashton. No doubt about that in this game.
140.
Playing to a really high standard.
Well, 5 stars is ultimately what she's going to want to have on her shirt, because she
55.
does have ambitions this year. subject to health concerns, that she's going to be out travelling on the WDF, doing some of those women's events.
125.
To get herself back to Lakeside to try and get that 5th star on the shirt to join a exclusive club of people.
55.
Eric Bristow, 5-time world champion. Raymond van Barneveld.
81.
Yeah, not many of more than that. Of course, we did see Trina Gulliver here last week, 10 times world champion. What a remarkable record that is.
7. Stephen,
I'm
you require
actually the
112.
22-time world champion in my living room.
Yeah, we've all been there, haven't we? You stand there, this is the shot for the world championship.
38.
I've never actually hit it still.
You even get beat by yourself.
96.
Well,
Stephen, you require
Plumstead to get a
74.
hold in this match. Like the thinking there for Stephen,
42.
didn't have to chase down the ball, just setting up the shot. Because the doubles for Stephen has been a real strength.
48. Stephen, you require 32. Game shot on the third leg.
Shows his
Stephen
strength there.
Plumstead.
After a really strong start from Lisa Ashton, she has a little bit of an off leg, and Stephen
Fourth
Plumstead
leg, it's
takes
Lisa to throw
full
first.
advantage.
Game on.
Cut the gap in the game.
100.
There are different versions of dartboards depending where you come from. Yourself from Yorkshire will probably be very
100.
familiar with the Yorkshire board, which doesn't have a treble, just doubles, singles, and the smallest bullseye you can
60.
imagine, where all the wires meet together in the middle.
Sometimes I wonder if any board I play on has got a treble, to be honest.
You'd imagine Stephen Plumstead
140.
would be Yorkshire's #1.
Yeah, doubling has been fantastic.
83.
Are you an advocate of practicing on different types of dartboards? I know that there are those boards with really small
96.
trebles and doubles that some pros do like to play on.
I think they're fun, I think they're different, but
100.
I don't see... You should see a lot of value in it. It should work. It works in every other form of coaching or development. I would absolutely use it in any other sport.
95. Lisa,
For
you
some reason, I
require
just don't see it
158.
transferring into darts. I don't get the...
134. Stephen, you require
don't
70.
see it working. I've never seen it work for anyone as of yet.
Double 16. That
Game
works
shot on the fourth
for Stephen
leg.
Plumstead.
Stephen
who's
Plumstead.
Suddenly all square again, aided by that deadly doubling. 2 out of 3
Fifth
in
leg,
this
it's Stephen
game.
to throw first.
And that
Game
one
on.
to complete a nice 70 combo.
Sir Ashton came out the traps flying. Remember that game at Ali Pali at the World Championships when she came flying out the block to win the
140.
first set? Jan Dekker wondered what hit him. What happened to Jan
140.
Dekker, actually? He never really picked the darts up again after dropping off the tour, did he?
He got his coat, didn't he?
140.
I mean, he doesn't get enough credit, to be fair, Jan Dekker. When we talk about the worst nicknames in darts, we always go for like a Chizzy or an Asp.
125.
I mean, Jan Dekker, he should be right up there in that conversation. He doesn't get enough credit for that terrible nickname.
140.
Mr.
Stephen, you
Coates.
require
Jan Dekker
136.
Known as for some reason.
And actually, wore a
60.
coat
Lisa, you
on his
require
walk-on.
81.
And Ashton back at it now. And looking at double 12.
69.
That was for
Stephen, you require
11
76.
and then 12 dart leg. Plumstead may get away with this one. He'll hit this, surely.
56.
Hasn't
Lisa,
been
you
missing
require
much on
12.
the outer ring, but couldn't find it on that occasion. So a return for Ashton. Been playing in flashes in this game, but the flashes have been brilliant. That is tricky. And
Game
that
shot on the 5th leg. Lisa
fabulous.
Ashton.
an expert dart from Lisa Ashton, and it deserves the credit from
6th leg.
Plumstead
It's
there.
Lisa to throw first. Game on.
I felt like going and fist pumping to myself. That was a fantastic dart. Even Lisa Ashton didn't think that was going in. You saw the reaction after the first 2. She
55.
thought it was blocked. I do love a dart like that when you work around a boundary.
100.
Is she now emerging as the most likely player to sneak into Group B? If she wins this game, she's 2 points behind
43.
Scott Walters and JT Davis. And the fact that they've already played each other, there's no guarantee
140.
of them adding to that tally. He's got both of them to play.
I think that's her best opportunity as well to get through to
60.
Saturday night, a Group B campaign where there's going to be 2 fixtures less across the 2 days. The game's coming a little bit quicker over a shorter period of time.
180.
There's more to be played in this one. Stephen Plumstead has just had his throw broken, looking to get it back straight away. Same
45.
result here as Lisa
Stephen,
Ashton
you
in the
require
last
81.
9 darts thrown, 81 left.
Doing some sums.
44.
I can only assume he was going for the treble 12 to end up there.
43.
36
Stephen, you
would have
require
left 16.
37.
Then he leaves double 16. Now he does get to 16.
Game
And that's
shot
what he
on the
wanted
6th
all
leg.
along.
Stephen Plumstead. 7th and final leg. It's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
This, statistically, until this point, is the best we have seen from Stephen Plumstead here at the
100.
Super Series. He's played 10 fixtures across Monday and Tuesday, and his best average so far came in match number 1, 83.64. He is nearly on the 87.
$60.
We know he's worked so hard to be here, and he sees every game as individual.
83.
Saw him walk off the stage delighted yesterday, winning his first match of 5 in the last fixture. Every game's
60.
a moment there for Stephen Plumstead, but he's offering opportunities now for Lisa Ashton. She doesn't need too much of an invitation.
139. 30. 100.
She's there waiting to win. He's beaten Stephen Plumstead 4-3
41.
in every match
Lisa
they've played
required
so
98.
far. That same result looks like it might be about to happen again. Even though it's not in, she can set up and return
58.
and wrap up the repeat result.
Just hit and hope. It's the only plan left now for Stephen.
80.
What a terrible time to have
Lisa,
a
you
bounce
require
out.
40. $36.
That
Stephen, you
bounce
require
out
130.
may mean it's only a dart of the ball should he find the treble.
47.
Couldn't find a treble.
Lisa, you
Lisa
require
Ashton
4.
Wants double 2 to kickstart the day.
Game,
And she gets
shot,
it.
and the match. Lisa Ashton.
Just waiting for the referee, Charlie Corsafin, to confirm that winning double. And it is a third match-winning double against Stephen Plumstead. She's picked up 6 points this week against him. And she's now picked up 10 points in this group. Another last leg decider victory for Lisa Ashton, who produced some real good scoring in that game, 6-140s. Plumstead's finishing was fine again. He's just not getting enough opportunities at doubles. He'll be back in a few games' time to play Scott Walters. Ashton will take on Moreno Michaels in the next round of fixtures. But before that, the league leader might be about to run further into the distance when he takes on second place, JT Davis.
Right then, Christian de Boer and JT Davis go head-to-head next. Another hugely significant match. Can JT keep his now faint hopes alive of toppling de Boer? If KDB wins, he'd move on to 20 points in the table, and only Scott Walters would be able to equal that tally. So the debutant will be very comfortably placed if he can win his 9th successive match here at the Super Series. To see whether he can do just that, let's get back to Matt and Murph.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, well put. A defeat here for JT Davis would mean that he could not win the group and would be turning his attentions to Group B, but also keeping an eye over his shoulder as
Christian
well.
to throw first. Game on.
On particularly Lisa Ashton, who's just taken her tally to 10 points and is now 2 behind
60.
JT Davis and Scott Walters, who plays Stephen Plumstead in his next game. Ashton back in action against Moreno Michaels before that. But I thought Davis played pretty well despite defeat to Walters in that first one, and we're showing that he might play even better than pretty well here.
Encouraged is what he should be after that first performance.
140.
There's times in that performance where he was picking out that it was his best performance here on the Super Series stage, and I know he's going to have the support
59.
of the neutral viewer who wants to see the players under the most duress. He's going to have the support of the other 4 players in this group who will want to see
95.
de Boer kept within reaching distance. But for de Boer, he's on a big winning run at the moment.
73.
8 fixtures up there on that stage.
Yeah, it's 1 win apiece between them. Both of those matches going the distance as well. A 4-3 win for JT on Monday and a 4-3 win for
100.
KDB on Tuesday. Someone will win their mini head-to-head, and it's ever so likely that it's a head-to-head that won't be resumed
59.
until Saturday.
Christian, you require 106.
They're looking increasingly likely to be the first player through to finals night. Double 16 will see him
Game
take
shot
another
on the
step.
first leg.
Fantastic
Christian
finish
de Boer.
for a fantastic start.
That's
Second leg, it's JT
Christian
to
de
throw
Boer's
first. Game on.
first big chip out.
$134.
Saying, wasn't in that interview at the start of the show, that he hasn't
96.
really ever taken darts too seriously. Plays for the enjoyment. Has attempted Q-School on a couple of occasions, but not interested this year due to the birth of his child.
58.
Tell you one thing Christian Boer takes seriously, collecting darts. Shown me it this morning on his phone, all these pictures.
50.
300 sets of darts he's got. In different cases, and got them all out on display. I was looking at all of them this morning.
99.
Got some very rare darts in there.
$60.
What's the most eye-catching arrows set?
I like the...
140.
I'm a big fan of like the 90s stuff. I collect old toys and games and computer games and things. So for me, it was like all the 90s darts that sort of stand out for me. I remember
59.
flicking through
JT
various
requires
catalogues
70.
and seeing some of the darts he's got in his collection.
Will they be admiring the darts of Davis here? Double 16 to level the match.
Game shot on the second leg.
Great take.
JT Davis.
Good game so far. Neither player buckling at all on doubles, both hitting double 16 to take their
Third leg,
first
it's
legs
Christian
on
to
throw.
throw first. Game on. $42. $100.
Been pretty good at collecting points in this group. On the cusp
140.
of a 9th straight win. That's his intention, and a win that would take him to 20 points. I think at that point we can pretty much
91.
put him on the fixture list for Saturday.
It's the leg difference as well, isn't it, for Christian de Boer?
100.
That would just be so hard to claw back. Because it wouldn't just be a case of the points, it'd have to be a case of people winning big and him
58.
losing big.
$81.
He's playing well, JT Davis. Just looks like he places the darts in the board.
140. Christian, you require
Looks so simple.
138.
He might be able to threaten the throw here. De Boer not taking out the 138. Does leave it handy.
98. JT require 112.
But this is a more than makeable outshot. And no dart at double has been missed in this game yet. Doesn't have to stay there if he doesn't like it, but he won't mind it. Double 16,
80.
hit twice, missed once.
Christian, you require
And
40.
De Boer will punish.
No score.
Unable to do so, and
JT
he
required
can't quite believe it.
32.
This would be greeted with glee, not just from JT, but from the practice room.
16.
And he
Christian
passes his
required
opportunity
40.
as well.
Yeah, frustration.
Game shot on the third leg.
Devore doesn't miss
Christian
again.
Devore.
Keeps being gifted opportunities and keeps taking them.
Fourth leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on. $97.
The amount of gifts that's been handed the way at the moment for
57.
Christian Devore, you might think it's Christmas, but no. Another 342 days to go until Christmas.
59.
For full disclosure, 13 hours, 12 minutes and 46 seconds.
81.
Just a
57.
quick reminder of our broadcast times for the rest of the week. Double sessions tomorrow and Friday on air from 1 p.m.
139.
exclusively on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel for Group C, featuring former world finalists Kevin Painter and Mark Dudbridge, and then live at 10 UK time in the evening
125.
for Group B, featuring another former world finalist in Tony O'Shea and our reigning champ Jim McEwen. Same times both Thursday and Friday, then half 7
129.
in the evening on Saturday on the YouTube channel for the group stages of finals night. Sporty Stuff viewers can join us at 10 p.m. for the semis and final.
45.
When we will
Christian
crown
Requine, 95.
Another weekly winner. This man, Christian Devore, is edging ever closer to being there.
55. JT Requine, 118.
This is where, for Christian
78.
Devore, who's stood and
Christian
you watches
Require,
that 4 go
40.
in with the first dart, just makes you feel invincible, just makes you feel like everything's going your way, like you can make mistakes and it won't matter.
20.
Well, that is a mistake.
JT
Will it
Requine,
matter?
40.
40 for JT. That won't be easy for him.
Game
All
shot
right,
on the
it
fourth
looks easy.
leg. JT Davis.
2-2. Yeah, the way his darts land, thought that might just be eclipsing part of the target. And certainly if he was going to hit
Fifth leg,
to
it's
a
Christian to throw
side, I would have
first. Game
assumed
on.
it would be right, not left. But it was precise and successful.
You asked yesterday what
55.
JT might stand for.
Oh, yeah, did you find out?
I've got the answer. Do you want to guess?
Yeah, but it's going to be wrong. I'll
44.
go for... What am I going to go for? James
43.
Tyson.
No, it's actually because he's a big fan of Justin Timberlake. No, not really. I'm joking. It's the initials of his parents.
Oh, okay.
So J and
58.
T are his parents' initials. So he's incorporated them into his darts name.
180.
Going one step further than Stephen Plumstead, who's got an homage to his son on his shirt. He's got his parents' name in his name. I believe that happens in Iceland as well, doesn't
96.
it? Where you adopt your father's name. So my son would be
Matthew's son.
Matthew's son,
Yeah.
yeah.
49.
Decent darts
133.
from JT to get himself down to a finish.
$98.
He thought
JT
that was going
required
in, didn't he?
170.
We almost had a touch of the Diogo Portellas there.
105. Christian requires 76.
just the one dart.
36.
And now JT
JT
Davies
requires
gets a chance to
65.
take control of this match. The attention of the practice room will be on high alert. Oh, he's not going to get a dart. He's missed the big number, which poses the question, would the 25 would have been a better option?
$33. Christian, you require 40.
Oh, De Boer just keeps getting the rub of the green. And he
Game
finds
shot
the
on the
red
fifth leg.
to get the
Christian De
lead.
Boer.
And what I said not too long
Sixth
ago,
leg,
when
it's
you're on these
JT to
winning
throw
runs,
first.
everything just seems
Game
to
on.
feel like it goes your way. That's the way it's looking at the moment for Christian De Boer, who is now just a leg away from pretty much being in Saturday night.
43.
And when he looks in, you've got to make the
41.
most of it, and that's what he's done. Everything's been well timed. A big part of this game, timing.
$60.
You had a chat with him earlier. Did you ask him what he'd do if he won the £5,000? I'm guessing he'd just buy some more darts.
I know he didn't get as far as
100.
Saturday. He just said he wants to do the same as he did yesterday. Had no expectations when he got here.
$140.
Something about a greengrocers.
Who was it who, if they won Champions Week, wanted to buy a Chinese?
Justin Hood.
56.
I love that ambition.
That was a Chinese, the actual takeaway restaurant, not just a Chinese takeaway.
I love that ambition. If I win, I want to
60.
own a Chinese takeaway.
Is there one going for £5,000 somewhere?
Imagine owning a Chinese and a kebab shop.
168.
Oh, we can only dream. This needs to be a treble.
58.
Can't find it.
Christian, you require
And
136.
this might be the beginning of the end of this group.
2 bites for De Boer. Doesn't matter. He hasn't found a treble. Doesn't matter if he doesn't
60.
find a treble.
JT, you require 140.
If JT Davies doesn't, then he will come back and he will get a match-winning dart. And that is the case.
100. Christian, you require 76.
Will just be the one.
36.
And he needed more.
JT, you require 40.
One more dart. At double 5.
30.
It's a long way off.
Christian, you
And
require
that could
40.
be it. Not just for JT, but pretty much the group here
Game,
in
shot,
Group A.
and the
Christian
match.
De Boer
Christian De
continues
Boer.
this winning run that he is on. He won his last 2 games on Monday. He won all 5 games yesterday, and he's kick-started his day with back-to-back wins here on Wednesday. He is now top of the table, 8 points clear, 15 legs clear, and he is cruising to Saturday night. It will take some almighty turnaround to catch Christian De Boer now at the top of the table. He's going to have to lose big. Everyone else is going to have to win big. Let's see what happens. Lisa Ashton takes on Morena Michaels next.
Lisa Ashton returns next, and she has hauled herself back into the contention for a Group B spot with her third win of the week over Stephen Plumstead. Produced some really good stuff in that match too, so we'll take plenty of encouragement. She'll also take encouragement from the fact that she's already beaten Moreno Michels, her next opponent, twice this week. Can she complete another hat-trick here to move level with Scott Walters on 12 points? Chris and Matt, back to you to find out.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah. Big
First
match
leg, it's Lisa
between
to throw
a couple of
first.
players that
Game
are still
on.
chasing potential Group B spots. Lisa Ashton can put herself right in that race. And it's a remarkable occurrence when you look at the
60.
leg differences of all the players in this group. She's on -14. Scott Walters and JT Davis are both on +3. She could be level with them on
58.
points at the end of this game.
I'm really encouraged by what we've seen from Elisa
45.
Ashton. Abby asked me at the very, very start of all of this, what do you want to see from Lisa Ashton? And for me, it wasn't about how many games she
82.
wins, how many points she wins. It was just, let's see her get through this and feel good about herself at the other side, to be encouraged to get out there on that
83.
women's series, to try and get a place at the women's match play in Blackpool, to make sure she goes back to Lakeside to try and pick up that Women's World Championship, or maybe
45.
get back into those positions with the Grand Slam opportunity and the opportunity to go to Ali Pali available through the Women's Series events.
82.
I think we've seen enough encouragement here to believe that that's well and truly now on the agenda for Lisa Ashton. She's coming through this with stars.
42.
I know you played here last week. Is it a good time of year to actually play in something like this? If you were kind of unsure about an injury or just what your ambitions might be
59.
for the year, is it a good place to come and sort out those ambitions in your head?
100%. Because what you're doing, you're getting lots of darts, you're getting lots of time on the... If you're practicing at home and you're
60.
unsure and you're looking for the start of the season, you may do an hour. You're not going to do any more than that. When you're here, you have to practice more. You have to play.
60.
It's a great starting point to a season.
Made a decent start to the match, but Michaels might be making a big move here.
132. Lisa, you require 112.
Little slip might just cost him slightly, although it may not matter. Maybe academic. Double top.
72. Moreno, you require
Had he-
82.
Gone for the hit the target he was going for. Wouldn't have had to go for the bull. Now he has to go for the bull to end the leg.
57.
Not to be.
Lisa, you require 40.
Ashton aiming at tops. Take the lead.
Game shot on the first leg. Lisa Ashton.
How many times do we see
Second leg, it's
people at
Moreno
this
to
time
throw
of year
first. Game on.
really hit the ground running when the pro tours are all bunched together and there's darts on a regular basis, or people coming out of Q school? And
100.
they've just come out with that sort of 7-day cauldron of darts, and they find some really good form at the start of the year. There's plenty of darts to be
100.
played.
Interesting, Lisa Ashton this week. All of her points have come against Stephen Plumstead and Moreno Michaels.
140.
He won all 3 fixtures against Plumstead. She's won 2 against Michaels. Both of them were 4-3 in the last couple of days.
81.
He's looking to make it another hat-trick.
$57.
Well, in football, the fans would be stood in the terraces now saying, can we play you every week? Well, she might be playing them all
82.
week, because at the moment, they are the 3 players that will be dropping into Group C.
$60.
The other
140.
chant I'm used to
Moreno,
from
you
the
require
football stands was, are you
144.
Wednesday in disguise?
We are Wednesday today. We're not in disguise.
68.
And it's
Lisa, you require 98.
the day that is the day of champions, of course. A group winner will be crowned. Some might say in this group it already has been. Christian de Boer,
38.
light
Moreno, you
years
require
away from the field at the
76.
moment. Double eights. The last
Game shot on the
series
second
runner-up
leg. Moreno
to
Michaels.
square up this match at one apiece.
Third leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on. $100. 59. 60. 60.
Those leg markets over 5.5. Once again, being very popular in this group. Everyone playing to a very similar level.
100.
When you look at the numbers and the stats, that's what I find so surprising. We've got someone cut away so far at the top, like Christian de Boer. And I guess that just goes down to
85.
what we've said many times about just that timing and that feeling.
100. Lisa, you require 116.
2-1. Having to work her way across. She did that expertly in the previous match. A dart double 6
60.
against Plumstead that was plum.
$45. Lisa, you require 56.
Well, that's okay. Double 12. Well, she
44.
might just be able to bounce
Moreno,
that
you
off the
require
barrel, but it was a
137.
severely pulled dart. Oh, this is excellent. Excellent. Double 10. Oh,
Game shot
wow.
on the
What a
third
nick
leg.
that is.
Moreno
An
Michaels.
absolute steal from Moreno Michaels after Lisa Ashton had squandered
Fourth
darts
leg,
at
it's
double.
Moreno to throw first. Game on.
And Moreno Michaels takes out 137.
He's filling up the box of the Tumplers finishers. That is
140.
6th so far, but not the best. The best is the best of the best. The very best. The 170
96.
finish. Moreno Michaels took that out yesterday. Well, we know one thing. That highest checkout won't be beaten this week.
43.
I believe you've been known to take that out yourself before, Matthew.
98.
Well, I did do it once, you know. It was in a big game, actually. It was the Summer Series a couple of years ago against Gary Anderson.
58.
Happened to be for the match.
Actually spotted on one of your social media posts that you've got a dartboard that
99.
says that, haven't you?
I do, yeah. I'm not even ashamed of it.
43.
Someone actually mentioned it to Gary recently, and he goes, "Oh, is he still going on about that?"
40.
Worst thing about that story, after the game, I turned around and I took the flights out of his darts, and I said, "Can I have your flights?" He goes, "You might as well just take the darts. I've got the match play in a week. I'm going to have new darts."
80.
And I didn't take them.
Oh, you could have given them to Christian de Boer. Lisa Ashton should have been on a finish here. She
140.
miscounted
Moreno,
it a single
require
19 last start of the previous
137.
visit, but she's gone a long way to rectifying it. Michaels can't repeat the same checkout that he
97.
took out in the
Lisa
previous
required
leg.
28.
So Ashton will return to break back on double 14.
Game
In it
shot on the
goes,
fourth
2-2.
leg. Lisa Ashton. Fifth leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on. $125.
Some players do give the darts away. Gary Anderson,
59.
World Championship winning darts. The first ones actually live with a man you may have recognised at our finals night's MC, Paul Starr.
100.
Proud owner of those. Well, Lisa Ashton questioning Charlie Corstefin. How dare she?
Sometimes
78.
how the dart sits in terms of the angle of it or the length of the point can often make it a little bit tricky. I remember playing Justin Pipe on many occasions, and you'd look up and think, ah, great, he scored 60. And then they'd write 180 up. But because his points were so long and his dart sat down in the board, you couldn't quite tell where they was. That where the barrel was actually so far away from where the point was actually touching. The optical illusion.
46.
Smart thinking on that occasion to leave the 170.
95. Lisa require 170.
Even though Michaels has got fewer points remaining, he's in a worse spot because he can't finish.
60. 99. Lisa require 110.
Well, no finish now for Ashton.
70.
Says it up
Moreno
beautifully.
requires
But it's 70 from Moreno to break the throw of Lisa Ashton and put himself a leg away. Leg away from a victory he's not been able to get this week.
50. Lisa require 40. Game shot on the fifth leg.
Chasing around the
Lisa
doubles and
Ashton.
eventually finding one to get back in front.
Sixth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on. $100. 100. 41.
You see from that angle how that first dart just sat on the top wire was absolutely perfect there for Moreno. That's where the frustration's going to kick in, because when that first dart
60.
sits there and it looks inviting, you think, 140, ton. You come away with 41. Same again, perfect dart, inviting for Moreno.
100.
And he'll be disappointed with a ton there again.
60. 60. 45.
'Looking like a match that may go the distance,
100.
as have their previous encounters this week. Lisa Ashton winning both of them in last leg
82.
deciders.
Moreno, you require 100. Game shot.
And
on
that's
the
where we
sixth
are.
leg.
Another three-figure
Moreno
kill
Michaels.
from Moreno Michaels gets us to that deciding leg. Ashton winning
Seventh
it with the
final leg.
darts
It's
on
Lisa
Monday,
to throw
against the darts
first.
on
Game
Tuesday. She's
on.
back with the darts on Wednesday.
Moreno had an opportunity to win this fixture
100.
yesterday. He missed match darts on the double 17. Will he get any more opportunities to finally get a win over Lisa Ashton?
85. 85. 81.
Lisa Ashton's first World Championship win was 2014. Did pick up
85.
a World Masters around 2011, so she was picking up those major titles at the same time Moreno would have been around the scene. So maybe there's a bit of looking up to her, a bit of respect
140.
here from Moreno, which is why he might have just struggled to get over the line a little bit against Lisa.
Well, it's in the balance here.
100.
He needs 2 trebles when she comes back. And Moreno's going to leave himself rather more better placed.
137. Lisa, you require 131.
A big ask for Ashton. Not going to go. Moreno Michaels will get a couple of darts to beat her for the first time.
57. Moreno, you require 58.
When you're against the darts, you dream of these sort of opportunities. 2 darts to win the match. And he does.
Game, shot,
Moreno
and the
Michaels
match.
gets over the
Moreno
line against
Michaels.
Lisa Ashton. A cracking last leg there from Moreno. A 15 darter to get him the victory. And you can see the reaction and what it means to him. He's a relieved man to finally get that victory over Ashton and keep his opportunities alive of a Group B campaign. That is currently where we're expecting Scott Walters to be. He's coming up next against Stephen Plumstead.
So, Scott Walters is now the only player in the field who can prevent Christian de Boer from winning Group A and becoming the first player through to finals night. He needs a win here, though, to keep those hopes alive. And finally, we see a smile on his face. Walters was incredibly frustrated after this particular fixture yesterday, though. Lost 4-1 to Plumstead, who took out a superb 118 checkout en route to victory. To see whether Walters can keep the race for finals night alive or whether KDB will be confirmed as our Group A winner at the end of this match, let's get back to Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, will he be smiling at the end of the contest? And will he be keeping the contest alive? As Abby just explained, defeat here for Scott Walters would hand
140.
position 1, confirm Christian de Boer as the first finalist this week. Week 9 of
120.
Series 6 here at the MODUS Super Series. And that's ahead of his third game of the day against Lisa Ashton next. Walters has to beat Stephen Plumstead to keep his faint hopes alive. Even if he does that, if KDB
83.
does defeat Lisa Ashton, in the next game, then that will be him through. But Walters, of course, will want to at least get
60.
into Group B. And he's got a couple of players on his shoulder now, both Michaels and Ashton, just 2 points behind. So there'll be a determination to put right the result against
100.
Stephen Plumstead from the last 2 days. He hasn't beaten him yet.
I do feel like the demeanour maybe here of Scott Walters is one who sort of feels this group is done and dusted.
123.
It'd be interesting to see how it changes the performance. There are very few people that are able to play with
85.
the I hate myself mentality and then be able to bring something out. I think the one that really comes to mind, probably Robert Thornton, as somebody who can really get on his own back and actually work for him.
93.
Make your mind up time, Scotty. Bull or treble 19? Treble 19 for double 18.
Game shot on the
In
first
it goes.
leg.
Good
Scott
start.
Walters.
Authoritative from Scott Walters, just trying to lay down that marker against Plumstead, who he said he always
Second leg, it's
beats,
Stevens
but
to
this
throw
week
first.
hasn't beat. Play a lot in local events, a pair of them from the Hampshire area. Winchester for Walters, Isle of Wight
45.
for Stephen Plumstead.
Must be weird when you go, yeah, I've got my local league game tonight. I've got to go, though, because I've got to catch the boat.
41.
See the angle of entry as the darts make
60.
their way to the board. Perpendicular for Plumstead. Scott Walters not too far from similar, but we did touch on it yesterday. He's very inconsistent
60.
in the angles. Slightly left leaning most of the time, but they can land flat, they can land left leaning, they can land straight, they
83.
can land pointing to the ceiling. A little bit of a mixed bag sometimes.
$140.
Or an example of that there, 3 different angles.
A lot of that will just come to not committing to the throw because he grips the dart past the
60.
balance point of the dart. You've really got to commit and throw that dart with purpose. You throw it a little bit soft, it'll just kick out so the light goes left and the point will go right. A little bit like that second dart, despite the fact it's
100.
gone in the treble. That's the biggest thing to look at when you're looking at your game, making sure that the darts are flying through the air correctly.
97.
Ignore the fact of where they're landing.
160.
That will come with time. Too many people look at the result of the dart or where the dart's landed in regards to if it's good or not. That's why you see a lot of people
Stephen, you
constantly in the
require
dart shops getting a new set every 2 weeks.
Well, that's good. And that's brilliant. Double 18.
Game shot on the second
wow,
leg.
sneaks it in the
Stephen
corner.
Plumstead.
What a superb shot that was from Stephen Plumstead. 156.
Third
and
leg, it's Scott to throw
once
first.
again,
Game on.
he's saving his best stuff for Scott Walters, and the pair of them, well, they know it.
22.
He cannot stop grinning, can he? Little grin on Stephen's face after he did that, and as he approached the hockey.
60.
Well, someone who's been really looking forward to coming here and working so hard like he has to be here, all those just make a nice little highlight reel for Stephen Plumstead. Something to keep,
95.
but also something to give him encouragement to show that he can compete at this standard.
$140.
I wonder if Scott will bring the "Why Always Me" shirt in. And
95.
you could just stand there after the 156 and pull his top, but that'd be great TV, wouldn't it?
60.
You do get that sense that he feels that, and certainly against Stephen this week, you can understand why. Again, 6 points to his name.
43.
4 of them have been taken off Scott Walters.
100.
Defeat here for Plumstead would confirm his place in Group C, though very unlikely that there'll be any other outcome for him.
120. Stephen, you require 141.
He's at it again. He's at it again. Oh, and he almost produced another
Scott, you require 126.
blockbuster finish. Scott Walters was shaking his head in the background. Plumstead carries on grinning like a Cheshire cat.
54.
He's enjoying
Stephen, you require 24.
Scott Walters is not.
And this one normally goes in.
12.
When you have
Scott,
two sort of wild
72.
attempts. That one goes in, and then Scott Walters had stand shaking his head at the back of the stage. Gonna get a dart at the tops himself to hold on to his throat.
32. Stephen, you require 12.
Laboured and hard work for Scott Walters.
Game shot on the third
Plumstead
leg. Stephen Plumstead.
breaks the throw. Can't stop smiling. I don't think he wants Walters to catch him grinning either. He sort of turned away as well. He looks bemused, beleaguered, befuddled.
28. $180.
Suddenly something.
135. 58. 40. 125.
How much
78. Scott, you require
verbal has been between the
138.
pair. If they play locally, normally you tend to find that those players will have a little bit more of a rapport, and certainly if there's a head-to-head record like
98.
Scott suggests there is, which means Scott wins the majority of them. I wonder if Stephen's saying, you know, you can have all those wins, but you can't beat me on the stage, pal.
40.
To get level. Kicked off this leg with a 180. Doesn't want to start faffing around on the doubles.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Puts an end to the
Scott
faffing.
Walters.
And squares up the match. 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw
In game
first.
6
Game
of today's 15. Remember, it's a match that could crown the winner of the group. If Plumstead can beat Walters for a third time this week, then Christian de Boer will
100.
be the first finalist in week 9.
$64.
I'm going to ask you a question now. Having seen all the 6 players in Group A and knowing who's coming into the group, who is your favourite as we sit here now on Wednesday to win the week?
I don't think we've seen the favourite as of yet. I don't think it comes from this group. My
77.
initial on seeing the odds and seeing the value, I went with Dudbridge. I went 18-1 on, and I still
97.
think he's likely going to be the guy to beat. He's the most active player at the moment. He's the player that's got the most recent
60.
form. And when we look at the visits to the board, he's always in that 6 bracket, which means he's always going to have a go.
100.
He's always going to have an opportunity, regardless of who he plays in these groups. I think he is going to be an outsider this week that could come through.
41. Scott, you require
I think
144.
Jim McEwen must be looking at the week and thinking it's a real opportunity to get back to Champions Week as well.
Absolutely. If Jim McEwen doesn't get through this week, I think he's going to be disappointed.
40.
Well, Walter's a little disappointed with that visit. Plumstead has to go down to go back up.
40. Scott, you require 104.
Just a single. Can come away if he doesn't like it.
48.
It looks like he might have started to take control of this game, Scott Walters.
43. Scott, you require 56. 16. 100. Scott, you require 40. 20. Stephen, you require
It looked
76.
like he was in control. Now he's lost control and handed it to this man. And now he's lost control.
46.
Doesn't get his double.
Scott, you require 20.
It's the pass the parcel of opportunity. Does he go left? Does he go right? He's going left, and he's going to try and clatter into that first dart.
No score. Stephen,
Now,
you
when you go
require
left,
30.
what you do is you actually come further away from the target. So needed to throw that with a bit
Game
more
shot on the 5th leg.
pace on it.
Stephen Plumstead.
And Stephen Plumstead also hits a double 15, but he actually wanted to.
Well, if the question is why always me, then the answer there was
6th leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
it was his fault.
Game on.
He's had enough, hasn't he?
$24. 96. 100. 81. 60.
Well, you answer that question yourselves. Get involved on social media at MSS Darts. We'll have the X
140.
open and read out some of your responses. Who do you think is going to be the winner of week 9? Are you going with
50.
that value of Mark Durbridge? Maybe Jim McEwen for another title tilt? He tries to defend, or is it someone from this group? Have you seen something from someone
136.
that makes you think they can succeed on Saturday?
$77. Scott, you require
Scott Walters
48.
can produce legs like this. He wonders why he's in positions like this. Well, having said that, could have been saying something similar about the last leg at that point. He just kept missing doubles. He's missed 14 doubles in this match.
42. Scott, you require 20. Game shot on the 6th leg. Scott Walters.
And he points at the board as if to say, how can you do that?
7th and final leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
He's a very frustrated customer, but I got that vibe from him at the very start of the day. Just
95.
probably feels this is a group that really has got away from him.
60.
So will this be the leg that crowns Christian de Boer as the group champion, or will
81.
Walters keep his outside hopes alive? De Boer playing Lisa Ashton next. Whatever happens here, if he can
100.
have it wrapped up by the end of that game,
137.
I get the feeling, even if he gets this game wrapped up here in the next 6 starts, Scott Walters, he's not going to be happy with the
96.
outcome regardless. He could go 180 double four. I don't think he's going to come off with a smile.
85.
Must be a where have you been all day type reaction.
$60. Scott, you require 103
to win it. Finally, get rid of that pesky Plumstead. Good rescue.
79. $57. Scott, you required 24.
And it's double 12.
Game,
And Walters
shot,
wins.
and the match.
Finally,
Scott
the
Walters.
first victory of the week against the plucky Stephen Plumstead. Scott Walters, as Matthew Egger suggested, not too happy with the performance. Not sure he'll even be happy with the points because they might prove to be pointless when Christian de Boer takes on Lisa Ashton. Walters still in contention for now, but if de Boer wins that match after the break, then he will be the first man through the finals night on Saturday.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Walters has just kept alive his faint chances of topping the Group A table with a 4-3 win over Stephen Plumstead. But it is still Christian de Boer who is in pole position, having won his opening 2 games this morning. As you can see, he kick-started his day 3 with a 4-2 success over Moreno Michels, and then a really crucial 4-2 success over JT Davis. That victory ending the Americans' chances of topping Group A. It looks like he'll be returning for a Group B campaign. Christian de Boer taking out this superb 106 in the opening leg of that match. It didn't really set the tone, though, if we're honest, because JT Davis certainly had his opportunities in that particular contest, just wasn't able to take them, and KDB just about did enough. We can have a look at what that does to the league table. KDB with a 6-point advantage over Scott Walters, and if he can claim victory over Lisa Ashton in our next fixture, he will be confirmed as our first player through to Saturday night's finals night. Lisa Ashton will certainly be pleased with elements of her games in her opening 2 matches. She played really well in her opener, didn't she? But just lost out narrowly to Moreno Michels last time out. To see then whether KDB can book his spot in finals night, let's get back to Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Here we go then, yeah. Can he get the job done right here, right now? Or will Lisa Ashton just play that role of spoiler and prolong, at least, or at worst, prolong the procession to finals night for Christian de Boer? Has had a good start to the day, made his winning streak, reached 9 matches with victories over Moreno Michels.
First leg, it's Christian to throw first.
JT
Game on.
Davis. The Dutch debutant simply can't stop winning. Will he add another one here? And just
45.
dot the I's and cross the T's and put his place. That finals night out of reach for anybody else.
100.
It's even to the point now where it's just, don't get hammered. Don't even need to be winning matches, Christian de Boer, because if Scott Walters, the
137.
and only really rival here for him, wins his last 3 matches by scores
99.
of 4-0, he can only reach 16 legs. Christian de Boer currently on 18 legs. So he could probably
57.
afford to lose them, just keep them tight.
$41.
Ashton herself, 2 points off 3rd place. She's going to need the points because the leg difference is
75.
an enormous disadvantage for her. JT Davis now the player she's trying to catch. He's in action next against Steve Plumstead.
140.
Really encouraging performances so far today from Lisa Ashton.
140. Lisa
Looking a little bit more comfortable
121.
with things today.
42. Christian, you require 47. $37. Lisa, you require
She gets
79.
a chance. Double 11. Having to check. She was thinking 19, 20 tops there. But double 11 it is.
Game
And
shot
double
the first
11 she
leg.
gets.
Lisa
to break
Ashton.
de Boer in the opening leg. Maybe there is a little twist in the tail.
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on. $60. $45.
It is a decent Dutch starting story,
122.
that of Christian de Boer. Made it over from his native Netherlands as an ADC European qualifier. And hardly been heard of
100.
by many in the darting fraternity, but here he is, topping the group and dominating the group, it has to be said. Going to get a go at finals
40.
night on Saturday.
Possibly someone we've got to even consider now. Looking forward to potential
48.
records, because that's 9 wins in a row so far for Christian de Boer. He'll go into double figures if he can get the victory here against Lisa Ashton.
134.
Scanning through the record books for those wins in a row rates. We know Jim McEwen, who's coming up later on went on a
58.
big
Lisa
winning
require
run, nearly winning all
145.
15 games in a Group A campaign once, only stopped by Josh Payne.
71.
Stopped him in fixture number 15. McEwen, nearly the first player to do the triple clean sweep.
138.
Easier for me
Lisa
to say.
requires 74.
I can tell you that stat, and there is a long way to go, but we'll come back to it in a moment because Lisa Ashton might be about to end that winning run here.
54. Christian, you require
112 though
112.
for DeBoer to cancel out the early breaker throw. Chooses tops.
Game
Get
shot on the
tops.
second
1-1.
leg. Christian de Boer.
Daryl Pilgrim has a record at the Super
Third leg,
Series
it's
of
Christian to throw
17
first. Game on.
consecutive matches won. That was the back end of his Series 5 Week 2
60.
campaign that saw him get to Champions Week and then overlapping into the Champions Week itself.
Makes it all more remarkable that he didn't register a
100.
single point at Q School this past week.
$57.
Won't be threatening the points record in this group.
55.
Christian de Boer can't manage that. 28 points. Racked up by 3 players, Jim McHugh, Alex Spellman and David Evans.
100.
Actually did get a record equaler last week in Group B. David Davis won all of his matches.
44.
And he was only the 4th player to have done that. Alex Spellman has done that as well. Lee Evans and Scott Williams. And there's only
60.
one player who's ever won all 10 matches in Group C. Ked, hazard a guess who that might be?
92.
I know this. No.
140.
Richard North.
Ah, yes, I did know that. He's told me about 92 times.
He was shouting at the TV. Well, she wants to shout at the dartboard, Lisa
80.
Ashton there, after it bounced out the treble 20. We saw that happen
Christian, you
twice in the
require
same visit
84.
yesterday.
$62. Lisa, you require
Good
130.
attempt. Ashton's bounce out's just made the checkout a little more difficult. Needs to find that treble for a go at the bull and can't.
41. Christian, you require 22. $16. Lisa, you require 89. Game shot on the third leg.
Fine
Lisa
finishing
Ashton.
again there from Lisa Ashton. In cool and calm.
Fourth leg, it's
Looking
Lisa
good
to throw
today.
first. Game
Makes a
on.
throw with the table topper. Getting back to that bounce out of Lisa Ashton, a story I love to tell.
60.
Remember Dennis Ovens?
Yeah, saw him at Ali Pali recently.
When his darts used to bounce out, he used to pull out a little telescopic magnet out of his
60.
pocket, extend it, use the magnet to pick the dart up, and then retract it again, put it back in the pocket.
Got to look after the old back.
121.
But imagine playing someone who you've never seen that before, and out the pocket comes a little dart picker-upper. Little extendy stick.
140.
Lisa Ashton has played at finals night herself. She made the semi-finals of week 7 in the
100.
very first series. It was Graham Usher that went through. It was just the second week that was played on the Super Series stage.
60. $83. Lisa, you require 120.
Treble. Would have given her a shot at the double.
100. Christian, you require
She sets it up
135.
beautifully. And Christian de Boer will probably start on the bullseye here. Treble for Bull. So Lisa Ashton to confirm that
57.
breaker throw and put herself a leg away
Lisa,
from
you
the
require
points.
20.
Shuffling across, but she can bounce it in off that. Double 5. Hasn't gone back to her
Game
original
shot on the
position, but
fourth
she just
leg.
sneaks it in the
Lisa
left
Ashton.
corner. And Lisa Ashton might just be preventing the crowning of Christian
Fifth leg,
here.
it's Christian to throw first. Game on.
She's done that a few times where she's shuffled across the oche, then not reset to the original position, but then hit. So, real good mastery
100.
there within the throw and the action. Mastery defined as a deep understanding of task.
140.
In darts, the ability to apply the technique or the skill from various positions.
100.
Could really go into full boring mode with mastery and studies that have been done around
60.
throwing activities and how actually it's a really good skill to develop throwing from different positions on the oche. That's backed up
140.
by a fantastic study in Japan.
Well, snooker players do different drills, don't they, with the balls in different positions. I wonder if it might be a
140.
plan if your darts
Christian
land a
require
certain way to just go and place
161.
one. That will block that bed, and how am I going to hit it? And when you're there in a match, you've practiced it before. You've practiced this before,
136.
but you can't
Lisa, you
produce it
require
when it matters.
161.
Same equation for Ashton. He's not going to take it either, so De Boer coming back for 25.
41. Christian, you require 25.
Double 6.
19.
And maybe
Lisa, you
that
require
winning run could be coming to the
120.
end. Lisa Ashton 120 points away from stopping Christian de Boer, making it 10 wins in a row.
100.
Close,
Christian, you
so
require
close.
6.
She could not find the most northern part of the board. Can he find the most southern? Yes, he
Game
can.
shot on the fifth leg.
And the game goes
Christian
on, and
de
the
Boer.
chance to seal the Saturday spot at the end of this match remains open
Sixth
for
leg, it's
Christian
Lisa
de
to
Boer,
throw
but
first.
Ashton has
Game
the
on.
darts, and she's got her own target here. Let's not forget that. A victory for Lisa Ashton puts her on 12 points level
41.
with third place JT Davis, who she still has to play. Group B
59.
sport will be very, very tempting for Lisa Ashton, particularly with the trials and tribulations she's been going through.
77. $96. 133.
Moving to plan B here, Lisa. It was around this sort of time yesterday as well that she started playing on the
140.
19s. Before switching back up to the 20s at the back end of the day.
95.
Quite effectively on that occasion.
42.
Double 20, treble
Lisa,
19,
you
double
require
19.
155.
There's a treble 20. Can't find the next requisite treble, but she's
99. Christian, you
likely
require
to return.
164.
Well, she's had a match start already that at tops at the end of a 120.
138.
This
Lisa, you
significantly
require
easier.
56.
Should get 2 at tops.
Game,
And
shot,
the winning run of
and
Christian
match.
de Boer has
Lisa
come to the end. He
Ashton.
won his last 2 games on Monday before going through the card yesterday. He's won his opening 2 fixtures today, but he has now tasted defeat at the hands of the 4-time Women's World Champion, Lisa Ashton. That gives us just a tiny glimmer of hope to Scott Walters and the chasing pack. But coming up next, we've got JT Davies taking on Stephen Plumstead.
Well, having won 4 of his 5 matches on Monday, JT Davis was defeated in his opening 3 games yesterday, rallied well to still pick up 4 points. But despite some decent stuff again this morning, he's been defeated in his opening 2, which means he's now clinging on to his Group B spot with Moreno Michels and Lisa Ashton breathing down his neck. Can he make things a little more comfortable for himself with a win here? Let's get back to Matt and Murph to find out.
Thank
First
you, Abby.
It's JT to throw first. Game on.
Stephen Plumstead also losing both of his opening fixtures today, but he's been knocking on the door once again. And they're going down by the solitary leg in both of those fixtures by 4 legs to 3.
81.
And once again, the real key strength for Stephen is those doubles where he's running around about the 50% mark once again, including
55.
a couple of big finishes today, the 118 and the 156. So the warning should be there for JT Davies. Do not give Stephen Plumstead an opportunity at the outer ring.
Yeah, and the gauntlet's just been
81.
laid down by Lisa Ashton with that victory against the league leader before the break to break his winning streak of 9 successive matches. Christian de Boer going
60.
down and made to wait to be crowned group champ. His next game as well, interestingly, is against Scott Walters, the only man that can stop him.
59.
He's got to play Moreno Michaels first as Walters, but here, Davis
60.
just looking to get a bit of a buffer again between himself and Ashton in that battle for Group B.
$140. $140. JT require 140. $50. $65. JT require 90.
With the opponent on the finish, you'd expect him to start on the 20s. That was the intended plan, down to the 19s to give himself a chance at the double 16. We needed the treble.
38.
Plumstead
Stephen, you require
continue this
121.
impressive line of finishing and pull out another biggie.
Well, you can see there how much that it was really high, but how much it must have been blocking that treble 20 bed because he had to step across a long way. That was a little lucky from JT Davis to avoid the treble 20 bed himself.
36.
Stephen, his reaction close to busting. Double 8 for an early break.
48.
Well, you back him with a couple
JT
of darts at double
16.
this week, but he's been unable to find the target there.
Game shot on the first leg. JT Davis. Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
When I first spoke to JT at the start of the week,
56.
he had a big beaming smile all the way across his face. You do get that feeling at the minute that he sort of just took a few blows over the last couple of days and
80.
maybe not quite enjoying it the same way he was on Monday morning.
$121.
It's going to be an interesting complexion in the groups remaining this week because you're going to get a real mix of players. You've got experience
42.
coming in, maybe with the notable exception of Ricky Palmer winning an ADC title to get back here. But apart from that, you've got players who've
95.
been on and played in big stage finals. Many of them have won professional tournaments.
Well, the biggest game in darts, isn't it? The World Championship final, and Dudbridge and Painter have both played in
99.
that fixture.
Yeah. And then they're going to have a sprinkle of the likes of Plumstead, Davis, Walters, who've never really
59.
reached those levels, are still very much on the staircase of their darting journeys.
56. Stephen, you require 170.
Not forgetting Tony O'Shea's 3 Lakeside finals as well.
42. 100. Stephen, you require 128.
60 leaves the ball.
92. JT, you require 124.
And now he can't leave even the ball. So Plumstead coming back. The draw level.
92. Stephen, you require 36.
3 darts in hand, you'd fancy his chances, but that could be a little bit awkward. He'd probably be happy to switch
Game
to
shot
double
the
nine. We
second
always say
leg.
no one likes
Stephen
double nine, but
Plumstead.
in that situation, I think he'd be delighted to be on double nine because the way his darts lie,
Third leg,
that
it's
first
JT to
dart
throw
on the wire with
first.
a double
Game
18
on.
would have blocked the bottom half of the bed. It was that bad in terms of what you could actually
11.
see of the double 18. You'd have been tempted to go 4 double 16.
140. 96.
He got the double and he's made a good strong start to the following leg.
100.
140 followed by a turn, really taking this to JT Davis. And who won his first 4 matches and then just 2 of the following
60.
8.
$57.
We've got Moreno Michaels following this game with Scott Walters, a game that for Walters it's not just about winning, he's got to be winning that big. He's got to be looking
99.
4-0s from here just to try and give us any hope of the fact he can chase down Christian de Boer at the top of the table.
140.
JT's future, though, where his week's going to be, we don't know. He's finally in the balance
60.
between the
Stephen,
Group
you
C
require
and Group B
64.
possibilities. Plumstead.
Game
It's
shot
going to
the
be a
third
Group
leg.
C
Stephen
campaign.
Plumstead.
And if he can continue finishing like he is,
Fourth leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
he may play himself into contention.
And likely that he'll play the first game tomorrow
140.
against Ricky Palmer. That's a nice start for him, going into one of those sort of games against one of the 2 really experienced players.
57.
Brings its own challenges, particularly if you're a big darts fan yourself. You mentioned the fact that maybe there are a couple of players in this group that have shown Lisa Ashton an enormous
180.
amount of respect on the hockey.
And Stephen being one of them, who you can see just really enjoys the game, but at times it's felt more like he was a raffle winner
140.
rather than someone that was going up to try and beat Lisa Ashton in a competitive game.
He's going to get it in this match. A 180, the only one of the game.
59.
Helps him get down to 122 after just 9 darts.
$100. Stephen, you require 122.
Still on if he wants to go for it.
36. $100. Stephen, you require 86.
Just losing it a bit here. put it right just on tube, didn't he? He was getting wayward. It was almost like he
Plumstead.
got fed up and went, right, I'm just going to go for the smallest target on the board, nail that dead centre, and then bed the double. A few of the darts
Fifth
in
though,
the
gets
build-up to
JT
that
to
have
throw
been
first.
sprayed all
Game
over the
on.
place.
For JT, he'll be wondering what's gone wrong. Started off, he won his first 4
43.
fixtures of this Group A campaign. And this now match number 13, and he's got 6.
60.
That means he's lost 7 of his next 9 matches following those first 4 victories.
59.
It's hard to break that pattern. You just see the group and feel the group slipping away from you. He actually went into yesterday as the odds-on favourite to win this group
61.
based on what he did on day 1.
And then you're going into a new group, which could end up being Group C, already with some negativity.
59.
Plumstead, who's pretty much known that that's where he's going all week, will just be ready for the refresh, the restart. Whereas JT Davis might be looking around thinking, what am I
80.
doing here?
The Dennis Ovens stick out, pick the dart up.
$60.
JT just finding nothing here at the moment.
60. $92.
Couple of trebles here. We'll put Plumstead.
72.
Would have put him in a plum position. JT
100.
coming up dry quite a few times. That's a big last dart for him, though, giving himself a 2-dart possibility. But when this man, Mr. Doubles, ooh,
136.
was he just in
JT
that
required
flow and
88.
potentially busting?
Remember Luke Humphries pulling that trick at the World Championship a few years ago, toying with the crowd. JT Davis toying with staying in the match, but that
81.
could be
Stephen, you
out
required
of his hands
32.
now as Plumstead, having pulled back on that
Game,
dart,
shots,
fires
and
that
the
one
match.
in
Stephen
and gets a
Plumstead.
4-1 win against a free-falling JT Davis, who now finds himself stuck on 12 points, and Lisa Ashton will have the opportunity to leapfrog him. Plumstead gets himself to 8, may not yet finish bottom of the table, outside chance as well of climbing higher for him, but it's JT Davis who is looking over his shoulder at both Moreno Michaels and Lisa Ashton. Michaels is in action next. He takes on Scott Walters, who's in second place.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Walters now has the opportunity once again to keep his hopes of topping Group A alive following KDB's defeat to Lisa Ashton last time out. Walters has certainly been letting us know how he's been feeling up there this week, hasn't he? Quite dejected at times, maybe frustrated that in a group he feels he should be dominating and taking control of, he's not quite managed to find the level required, a level he knows he has in the locker. As for Moreno Michels, he could actually leap into a Group B spot with a comprehensive win in this one. A lot on the line, so let's get back to Chris and Matt to watch the action unfold.
Yeah, that delay of the crowning of Christian de Boer caused by Lisa Ashton could be further put on ice by a Walters win here.
41.
He's the only one that can catch de Boer at the top of the table. Needs to win
41.
all his remaining games to do that, all three of them, including beating de Boer and hoping that Stephen Plumstead does the same in the very last game of the day. So
60.
Still a outside chance, but got to be in it to win it. Not sure though. Scott
54.
Walters is a man who will be seeing that glass as half full.
The moment Charlie Costefin, our referee, called game on, it was almost like an eye roll for Scott Walters. Mentioned when he stood at the back of the stage with his arm folded, he looked like a man who's had enough. There's only
60.
so many blows you can take.
And as Abby mentioned,
100.
Moreno Michael still has Group B ambitions himself and will be boosted by that defeat for JT Davis at the hands of Stephen Plumstead in the previous match.
28.
He could move into that provisional spot here if he wins the match 4-0.
Knowing Scott Walters' intentions this weekend to try and
82.
juggle his schedule to slip in a little bit of challenge tour action as well. Group C would be an absolute nightmare for Scott Walters.
60. Moreno, you require 118.
The way he started this one, it could become a possibility.
58.
What are your thoughts on that? Trying to go and play challenge tour in the
100.
afternoons
Moreno, you
and
require
back here in the
60.
evenings?
I wouldn't do it, to be honest. Preparation is always
Game shot
key.
in the first leg. Moreno Michaels.
I just feel that
Second leg, it's Scott
maybe
to
putting
throw
a
first.
bit too much
Game
on
on.
himself. I think she should have committed to one. I think she should have gone, right, I'm going to do the Super Series and forget the Challenge Tour. I'm going to do the Challenge Tour and not accept the
81.
invite to the Super Series. I think by trying to juggle the both, you could end up putting unnecessary stress on. Imagine if there's a bit of traffic or an accident on the road and
100.
you're panicking, you don't really settle. Then when you get into a venue, you feel rushed. And so many times,
28.
very rare you see players, certainly at the professional level, no one tries to arrive on the day. Even those that only live within half an hour or so look at getting hotels nearby
57.
just to ensure that there are no possibilities that can go wrong. You live 30 minutes away, you wake up, tyre goes, you ain't getting there.
140.
Well, it's his choice, but he might not have the choice, as you said, if he slips down into Group C.
140.
We did see Andy Hamilton, didn't we, last week? Mixed
85.
Q School with Super Series. Played Q School the first 3 days of the week, Thursday, Friday here. Then got to finals night, so played here
100.
Saturday, went back to qualifying school on a
167.
Sunday.
Won a couple of games and really got people thinking if he could do the
131. Moreno, you
unthinkable.
require 104.
Double 14 the target. That's a
Game
nice
shot,
shot
the
that
second leg.
from Moreno Michaels.
Michaels.
Piling the pressure on Scott Walters, taking the challenge to him.
Third leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on. $59.
Moreno Michaels, that is his 8th ton-plus checkout so far.
81.
Topped off with the biggest one, the 170. He's actually done the biggest and the littlest available in that column, the 100-plus checkouts. He's done the 170
60.
and the 100. And quite a lot in between.
There's been a good department of his game. Scott Walters has had weeks here where he's hammered in 180s, and it just hasn't really happened on this week so far. Usually such a key factor in his
140.
Arsenal. Most 180 record, if you're interested.
85.
In a week, held by a certain Luke Littler. 65 he racked up 1 week.
46.
Don't think I hit 65 in a year.
Mark Dubbridge is in later in the week, holds the record for most in a match. It's 7 against Wes Newton. Shares that record with Josh Payne.
60. Scott, you require 70.
Still 16 here for Walters.
38.
Well, can
Moreno,
Michaels
you require
produce another one of his
136.
trademark ton toppers here? The answer's an emphatic no, and Walters will breathe a sigh of relief.
40. Scott, you require 32. No score. Moreno, you require 96.
Not going well for Walters at the moment.
$56. Scott, you require 32.
He'll feel like it's been every moment. Roger Zioki, so dejected.
$24. Moreno, you
Kind of just
require 40.
expected that, the way he approached the situation. Getting more and more frustrated as this week
Game
goes
shot
on,
the
and there's
third
more
leg.
reason to be
Moreno
frustrated
Michaels.
for Scott Walters. Hangs around at the back of the stage,
Fourth leg,
probably
it's Scott
feeling
to
he
throw
wishes he could
first.
walk off
Game
it.
on.
Start again with a fresh slate. Something he'll get the privilege of doing Thursday and Friday.
140.
Well, it was 7 darts missed at double, all of them in that leg for Scott Walters, who finds
46.
himself 3-0 behind. Makes miserable reading,
97.
especially when you contrast it with that excellence of his opponent. 3 out of 5 amounts to 60%, and of course another 3-figure one in there as well, the 104.
45. $36.
Looking for your name on this records list I'm going
76.
through, Matthew. Can't find it anywhere.
Have you checked lowest average? Biggest losing run?
Everything we do here is positive, mate.
41.
We've had quite a few lengthy affairs today and this week, just to
134.
give everyone the other side of that. The fastest game ever was completed in 5 minutes and 41 seconds. Alexander Merckx against Jelle Klaassen last October.
47.
Do I still have the record for the fastest 4-3 game?
Don't have that at my fingertips. Which one were you thinking of?
60.
It was me
Scott,
versus
you require
Jelle Klaassen.
140. 60. Moreno, you require 140.
Scott Walters
45.
to avoid
Scott, you
a
require
whitewash
80.
here. Well, it's bold. Missed 7 darts at double, then tries to hit 2. And it turns out the only double he's hit is the one that doesn't count towards the stats. Oh, this could be salt in the wound stuff. Tops.
Game,
there
shot,
it is.
And the
a 4-0 thrashing of Scott Walters, who is not happy with his display there. Moreno Michaels can be more than happy with his finishing in that one. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. It wasn't a dazzling scoring performance, but when it got to the end of legs, he knew exactly what to do and produce the 4-0 win that sees him move into the top 3. He joins Scott Walters in a provisional Group B position. JT Davis dislodged for now, but he or Lisa Ashton will get there. Whoever wins that match will leapfrog Moreno Michaels after this. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have our first player confirmed for finals night. Christian de Boer has managed to get the job done, and he's been helped quite significantly, hasn't he, by Scott Walters, who just couldn't find a double in that last match.
That's Scott Walters all over. Not so much the missed doubles, but just the whole demeanour. From the moment he got up there, it looked like he didn't want to be there. He was disappointed. The blows that he's felt throughout the day was clear and evident on him all the way through that game. And that 3-0 down, I think he'd have been happy just to walk off and concede the last one if he could. Very disappointing there for Scott Walters. I expected a lot more from him. And if he does have ambitions, like we know he does, to be a professional player, that is something he's got to get out of his game, because you're going to deal with disappointment an awful lot when you're out on that tour. You've got to be able just to ride those blows.
Yeah, 9 matches in to our final day of Group A action. And Christian de Boer was on a fantastic run, wasn't he? He'd won 9 matches on the spin. But Lisa Ashton, we'd said how well she'd been playing today. Won her opener, just narrowly missed out to Morena Michels in her second match of the day. But the way she plays against Christian de Boer, really, really impressive to get that win and end his run.
For me, I've always looked at Lisa, not the board, when Lisa's been playing this week. And for the first time, I've actually started moving now to look at the board and look at the darts. I'm not looking at her thinking I'm a little bit concerned. I'm now looking at her as a genuine threat because she's looking comfortable. She's looking good. There's no sort of like holding onto the dart. There's no delaying. There's no late release. It's all there. So Lisa's now becoming a competitor rather than someone we're sort of looking almost like a Lisa exhibition. We're going, oh, actually, she can win.
Yeah, and one thing that I've noticed is how many times she has pinned 5-5 last dart in hand this week. Really, really impressive indeed. But one fixture that you've picked up on this week is Plumstead against Walters. There really is something in that, isn't there? Because again today, Plumstead took out this sublime 156. Yes, Walters went on to pick up the 2 points, but again, he looked so deflated.
And that's the first time he's been able to beat Plumstead as well. Apparently he beats him all the time. Well, he didn't show it here, did he? So there's always something with these, like local rivalries that sort of fester, and there's stories behind things what we don't know, and there's something going on there. There's some histories. I think he's beat him somewhere along the line or cost him something somewhere, because every time them two come up, there's just that little bit of something bubbling underneath.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that KDB is going to finish top of the Group A table, but that race for Group B is really starting to hot up, isn't it? And next up for us is JT Davis against Lisa Ashton. One of them will go up into third. Who do you think it's going to be?
I think Lisa at the moment is playing the better darts. She's looking the more likely, and I think it would benefit Lisa a lot more being in a Group B campaign. For JT, I don't think it really matters where he goes. He's just embracing and loving this experience. But I think for Lisa's chance of getting to Saturday, I think Group B is her best opportunity.
Do you think, though, it would impact JT mentally if he were to drop into a Group C campaign, given where he was after day one, won 4 of his 5 matches on Monday, top of the table, to then drop into a Group C campaign? Do you think it would impact him?
I don't think it does. He's got a big smile. He's impacted him today, absolutely. That big smile across his face has gone, but I think that's because he feels his hope has gone today. He's not really playing for anything today, and I don't think he really cares whether it's Group C or Group B. If anything, when you look at some of the names that are coming into Group C, you might enjoy a Group C campaign a lot more. He's someone who's watched darts for quite some time, so maybe he wants to try his hand against some of these names that are coming to join us.
Right then, let's find out which of these two players can gain an advantage in the race to finish in a Group B spot. Will it be JT Davis or Lisa Ashton?
Yeah, we will find out over a possible 7 legs in this match. Ashton, as Matthew Edgar just said, maybe on a bit of a roll at the moment. And JT Davis, well, he's been rolling down the hill since topping the table at the end of Monday, winning his first 4 matches, but then only managing to add 2 more victories since that brilliant start to his campaign. 2 in the following 9. If Ashton can win this, she will find herself rubbing shoulders with the top 3 for the first time this week, and it is all about timing. If she makes it, then what a time it would be to find herself 100. In those positions. The good news for JT Davis is that isn't only Morena Michels on the same amount of points that's catchable. Scott Walters, of course, after that flat performance against Michels, is only on 14, remains there, 41. Therefore can't catch Christian de Boer, and who knows, he might yet tumble into that group. So even though we know who's won the group, Matt, there's still plenty of moving and shaking to be done today.
60.
Absolutely. We've got 2 more laps of fixtures to go. There's going to be an awful lot of movement. Absolutely.
100.
Scott Walters just lost his last game 4-0, which has dragged him into that conversation now as well, because those leg difference that he gave himself in the plus has all been eradicated. He's now on 0 once again.
He's going to play Christian de Boer next as well. Not an easy task for anybody at the moment.
45.
Another player making this look easy at the start of this one. one decent visit from Davis in the previous
97.
throw when he got a 2 treble turn.
$89.
But it is Ashton first to a finish.
$82. Lisa, you require 126.
Frustration there because she's not able to take it with a big 3 on the first start.
JT, you require 90.
Just got to stay straight here. That's been something that's been
74.
creeping into
Lisa, you
JT's game.
require 84.
You mentioned yesterday he stayed straight but struggled with the high and low. Today he's going left and right, and it's over to the left and then to the right.
82.
There's nowhere else to go.
JT requires 16.
Well, leaves double 1, but may not have a go at it. Double 8 for JT Davis.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
it's a break of
JT
throw
Davis.
immediately. May just manage to tread water and get his way through to Group B come the end of this group.
Second leg, it's JT to
It's
throw
going to be
first.
a big match. The
Game on.
penultimate match of the session is between Michaels and Davis. Maybe that will be winner takes all in that battle.
It's also very important to
100.
remember the limited amount of time that JT's actually been playing darts. Or certainly playing darts in a competitive environment. Just 1
60.
year of action on the CDC. Before that was just a casual throw at home. Not really too invested within the sport. Now on a 5-year
134.
plan where by the end of it he would like to be a PDC tour card holder, following in the footsteps of the likes of Danny Baggish, Danny
140.
Lauby, Jules Van Dongen. American players that have gone on to win PDC tour cards.
120.
That was unfortunate. Was on the right route.
There's a name for me
41.
when we talk
JT
about
require
players we'd like to hit the
147.
Super Series. I think a player like Danny Baggish would really light the room up. Be a real danger as well, not just to a
99.
week, but to a whole series.
His intentions are to play what he can and try and get back on tour.
85. JT require
See
48.
this boom in North American darts. This guy part of it, and that's a good guide for double 16.
Game shot on the second leg. JT Davis.
It's a good leg. 14 darter to double his lead in this one. Also worth
Third leg, it's
remembering as
Lisa to
well that
throw
Lisa
first.
Ashton,
Game on.
we're talking about the fact that if she were to win this match, then Lisa would find herself in one of the Group B
95.
spots provisionally. But if she loses it, she's pretty much consigned and condemned to Group C. In fact, if she loses the game by a 2-leg margin, then the leg
83.
difference would be too great for her to overhaul if results went her way at the end. So Lisa Ashton loses 4-2 or worse. That will be
70.
her confirmed with Stephen Plumstead in Group C.
When you talk about the boom of American darts and the standard and the increase,
85.
JT Davies is actually ranked 20 on the CDC tour. When you look at some of the players above him now, remember Gary Mawson, UK Open runner-up, ranked number
96.
10. Danny Baggish, former match play champion Larry Butler. Danny Lauby, who went on to get a tour card. Leonard Gates, who's dominating the seniors tour. Jacob Taylor, a
69.
runner-up of a series here at the Super Series. Alex Spellman, who was knocking on the door of a tour card himself. David Cameron, a seniors Masters champion. Stowe Bunce,
60.
who did well at the Grand Slam. I could just sit and read off achievements of the players on this order of merit. I mean, one I'm really going to focus on, though. John Norman Jr.
100.
It's funny, actually. I was watching the video just the other day when he was John Park's World Cup partner.
Watch it every single day.
100. JT require 164.
Celebrating a big 16 at one point. Might celebrate a big 164 here. The bullseye.
Game
Oh,
shot
that
in the
is
third leg.
sensational.
JT Davis.
Well, that is indicative of that North American boom. And it was boom when the bullseye went in
Fourth leg,
for a
it's JT to
stunning
throw first. Game
164
on.
checkout.
I was actually sat with John Norman Jr. once, and I did. I started doing a little bit of the wind-up, as you do. And
100.
his reaction to it was, well, of course, I've just set up a 3-time world champion on a double. Of course I'm going to celebrate.
Just wonder what John
100.
Norman Jr.'s reaction to taking out a 164 would be.
The best part of that, the whole thing for me, was John Norman Jr. was being John Norman Jr. and John Part didn't want any
45.
of it.
Yeah, did not seem comfortable at all. If you haven't seen it, do search it.
100.
But anyone would be proud of that finish that we've just seen from JT Davis. And the finishing
100.
from JT Davis in this match. 3 out of 4, including that brilliant bullseye.
And I was just getting that
135.
feeling, that vibe that this is some performance from JT Davies, and then looking at the stats, statistically, this is the best performance we have
60.
seen from JT Davies here at the Super Series.
43.
Lisa Ashton not doing too much wrong in this one, playing towards the higher end of the performance we've seen from her, but this is just JT at his
100.
absolute
Lisa
best,
Mackay,
and
123.
catapult himself into a Group B place here.
And he's going to get the chance to clean it up in double quick time.
87. JT required 96.
A wild one. Treble 17 to rescue this shot. And tops to finish it.
76. Lisa, you require 36.
Good attempt. Ashton to avoid the whitewash. Still on, double 2.
34. JT required 20. Game,
Well, it's
shot,
not on anymore,
and the
it's
match.
over.
JT
And
Davis.
it's a 4-0 win for JT Davis, just in the nick of time as well. It's a defeat for Lisa Ashton that will result in a Group C campaign for her for the rest of the week. But Davis now joins Scott Walters on 14 points and occupies second place in the group and looks good to make it to Group B. Walters hoping to join him. He takes on Christian de Boer in the next match. De Boer's first outing since being crowned the Group A winner.
At one point today, we thought Scott Walters against Christian de Boer was going to be a really crucial contest to determine who'd finish top of Group A, but having missed all 9 of his darts at double against Moreno Michels last time out, it's mission just cling on to a Group B spot now for Scott Walters. As we've mentioned, he's probably put quite a lot of pressure on himself to finish in the top 3 because he also has Challenge Tour commitments later this week. Defeat to KDB would probably open the door for Moreno Michels. To see how this one unfolds, let's get back to Chris Murphy and Matt Edgar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Scott Walters indeed trying to really cling on, but really needs to show some fight. Just didn't have much of it in that match against Moreno Michels a couple of games ago. One of 2 straight 4-0 score lines.
96.
I do feel Abby hit the nail on the head there with Scott Walters, putting too much pressure on himself. Whether that's because of his Challenge Tour commitments and needing to get up and down the motorway in order to play lots of darts, or whether he's just his expectations, because we know what the end of the year looks like for Scott Walters. He wants to be at Lakeside trying to pick up that WDF title. And he's got plenty of points on the board at the moment, provisionally in a seeded space for that tournament.
44.
He's heading to Romania next week. He's going to be going to Scotland and Slovak. In fact, we were just chatting to him earlier on.
82.
We're probably going to be rooming in Slovak.
Could be a fun night.
50.
Do you think Scott's the big spoon or the little one?
We'll let you tell it's on one of your vlogs.
100. Scott, you require 170.
Never mind the big spoon. What about the big fish? What about it? I'm not going to get it.
96.
But you can feel like your opportunities are limited when you sat there and you're trying to plan your route and plan out your
100. Scott,
your way of
require
getting to that
74.
destination. You can feel you don't have as many chances as you actually do.
Game shot on the first leg. Scott Walters.
It's got to settle into things, Scott.
Second
What
leg,
will
it's
be,
Christian
will
to
be.
throw first. Game on. $177.
Maximum visit for Christian de Boer. Keeps the 9-dart option open.
$59.
Yeah, let's have a 9-darter, Christian.
100.
What a knowing he's through, whether that will change anything in his mentality. He kind of said he was approaching the whole week as a bonus anyway, so it might just carry. That might just be
140.
him relax, and that might have aided the victory.
Well, I understand there's a couple of local dart shops in the area, so maybe he's going to go add to his collection.
140.
I've got a few old darts I can sell him. I'll have a word afterwards.
105. Christian, you require 84.
Double 12.
Game
And that
shot on the
leg is a
second
collector's
leg.
item as well.
Christian de
11
Boer.
darter. One apiece.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw
When
first.
Walters
Game
thought he
on.
might have it easy, Christian de Boer starts to produce stunning stuff.
$140. $58. $46.
Couldn't get the switch right there, Scott Walters.
$83. 78.
You can see there from the stance of Scott Walters just how he sort of sets behind the line of balance. The line of balance obviously coming through the
30.
front side of the body. The shoulder just set back very slightly. Now, that is why he'll probably feel much more comfortable gripping in front of the balance point, because the
60.
balance of the body set backwards.
$62.
One on the floor for De Boer.
Here's Evans. I think we're going to call the bounce outs the ovens. You said you wanted darting dictionaries, Chris.
99.
Well, a bounce out there. We had a fallout between these two yesterday, didn't we?
92.
Scott Walters gave
Scott, you require 78.
Christian the stare.
Game shot on the third leg.
Nothing to
Scott
get mad about
Walters.
yet in this match, Scott Walters.
Wonder if he'll want to give
Fourth
him the
leg, it's
pedigree.
Christian to throw first. Game on.
That's a wrestling move, if you was unfamiliar, Chris, which is done by Triple H, the game, the man on the back of Scott's shirt.
Oh, okay. I wonder why you're talking about
60.
dog food.
$95.
Just think how exciting next Saturday could be. In Romania with Scott Walters, could watch the Royal Rumble on Saturday night.
133. $45. $140.
Would be really interested to know what Christian de Boer's going to do with a couple of days.
60.
Obviously not local to the area, joining us from Holland. Maybe go do a bit of sightseeing. Although, I do feel that
26.
de Boer's going to be one of those sort of people that just sort of stay in the room, watch a few movies, and just sort of count down the hours till he comes back on Saturday.
Hopefully you get the chance to ask him at the end of the
100.
day.
Christian, you
Plays
require
the last match, doesn't he, against
142.
Stephen Plumstead, so possible opportunity for you and him to have a good chin wag on stage. Talk about this.
122.
Well, being a collector myself, I can probably say I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to sit looking at collections. A lot of times you go on auction sites and things, and you look
Christian,
for
you
things
require
that
20.
fall into your collection. Christian de Boer, a collector of darts. He's been a big collector of points here in this group.
No score. Scott, you require 74.
Can Scott Walters collect the points from this match? 20 for tops to lead 3-1.
54.
Couldn't quite manage it.
Christian, you require 20.
And Christian comes back. Double 10, the target. Double 5. Can't afford to go inside this time.
15.
But he does. And it
Scott,
looks
you
like it's
require
going Walters'
20.
way.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott Walters.
And even this won't feel like a positive to Scott, because he'll be thinking, why didn't I get these opportunities
leg, it's
earlier
Scott
on
to
in the
throw
day when it
first.
really meant something?
Game on.
We sit here and we map it out and we go, well, at least you get a chance to leave with something positive, but I've just had a refresher in that psychology. You don't leave with something
100.
positive. It still feels like a negative. It's like, why didn't it come sooner?
Well, if he wins this match, he will
60.
move himself onto 16 points and will be looking in a very good position for Group B. In fact, I think that would secure him in Group B.
55.
Moreno Michaels and JT Davis have to play each other. So JT Davis,
100.
having already played his penultimate match, he's only got one left to play. Only one of them could get to 16.
Well, that would give Scott the opportunity then to at least do a challenge tour event on the
180.
Friday in the morning session. Challenge tour double sessions played 2 a day on Friday and Saturday, and then one on the Sunday,
140.
starting around 10:30 a.m. in the morning, I believe.
Yep. 92.
Tough days, those double challenge tour days.
105. Scott, you require 74.
They might be able to play one of them as he bids for Group B by betting
Game,
tops.
shot,
And Scott
and the
Walters
match. Scott Walters
gets a win over the group winner. It might have been too late in terms of a title tilt for Scott Walters in this group, but it's good enough to steal a spot for Scott in Group B. A 4-1 success for the Winchester man. An average of 86 as well in that one. Decent stuff, but the difference was in the doubling. Both players threw 7 darts at the outer ring. Scott Walters hit 4 to the 1 of Christian de Boer. Coming next, though, it is Moreno Michaels, who's still got designs on Group B himself. He takes on the man at the bottom of the table, Stephen Plumstead.
Stephen Plumstead and Moreno Michels complete our penultimate round of fixtures in Group A. Michels did his legs difference the world of good with a 4-0 win over Walters last time out. Can he add another 2 points here to do his Group B chances the world of good? As for Plumstead, it's looking like he'll remain rooted to the bottom of the table, but signs last time out in his win over JT Davis that he's returning to his clinical best. Can he have a say here in who finishes in a Group B spot? Let's find out, shall we, in the company of Chris Chris
gets
and Matt.
Stevens to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, cheers, Abby. Plumstead meets Michaels for the third time this week, and it is Moreno who still has a chance of getting into Group B, but it's become an outside chance
60.
with that win for Walters. And JT Davis before winning 4-0 against Lisa Ashton. Could still go ahead of Davis with the right result in this one. He's 3 legs behind and 2 points behind
59.
at the moment, and plays Davis in the last match. So if he can at least get level, that would become a winner-takes-all contest in game 14 for a
140.
Group B spot. As for Steve Plumstead, well, it's all just about fulfilling his fixtures and keeping the arm going. Ready for a reset in Group C
60.
tomorrow. Matthew Edgar alongside me, and I think that Stephen will be well advised to just try and enjoy the end of the day and get ready to restart come Thursday.
I think he's just going to enjoy every game he's up there.
100.
He's worked so hard to get here, and the route he has took and the commitment he has shown to be here at the Super Series,
59.
very commendable. And at the same time, you don't want to just get drawn into the results or the table and be like, oh, I'm bottom of the table, and let that ruin the experience. He's got to enjoy every single game, because you never know when or if you'll be back.
100. Moreno, you require 142. $122. Stephen, you require 84.
The vault
59.
on the green, not
Moreno,
in the
you
hole.
require 20. Game
Nicely
shot on the
done
first leg
by Moreno Michaels to get the lead in this one.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on. $60. $39. $100.
You get an awful lot of messages or
56.
requests, people asking, how do you get things like sponsorship in darts? How do you get that sort of
50.
backing? Well, I suggest direct your questions to a player like Stephen Plumstead, who
100.
the answer's simple. He's shown that commitment in himself. He had a goal where he wanted to be. Been getting in at 2:30 in the morning, going to work at 4:30 in the morning. Just a couple of
85.
hours of sleep in order to get to his goal of being here. You've shown that commitment and investment in yourself. That is
60.
priority number one. So I think we've got here a walking, talking example of somebody who would be someone to look up to in that category.
84. $47. Moreno, you require 122.
Didn't need to go this route.
42.
Said not on a finish. You think that... Oh, he stayed there. There's a fair few
125.
players that
Moreno,
know
you
they're going to need to
require
up the
80.
game as the week goes on if they are going to challenge come Saturday. Would have been some
37.
rescue
Stephen, you
from
require
Moreno, but
74.
Plumstead will get a go now. 14s or 18s. He was looking for a single 16. Not for the first time he's missed going for that particular target.
42. Moreno, you require 43. Game shot on the second
Sometimes
leg.
that bit that
Moreno
feels the
Michaels.
easiest bit actually is the hardest bit. The same with making sure of the big number there. Moreno nearly hitting
Third
the
leg, it's
double
Stevens to
three.
throw first. Game on.
It was one of those where you can't really go wrong. You've got the 3, 17, 19, 7. 4 big numbers all in
60.
a line.
$100.
Interesting. It suddenly turned quite one-sided towards the end of the day. We've had
96.
a long run of 4-2s and 4-3s to start the day, right down to game 7. But since then, 4-1, 4-0, 4-0, 4-1.
I was literally just about to say
100.
exactly the same, and it seems to be that point where Christian de Boer opened that gap up to the point where he won the group. It's like it's just sucked a bit of
100.
fight out of people, and when they've gone behind, they've just sort of rolled over and had the tummy tickled.
58. $81.
Every player has tasted victory today.
85.
Plumstead
Stephen,
got
you
his
require
against JT Davis.
164.
Michaels has won 2 out of his 3. Brilliant, this.
132.
Good leave as well,
Moreno
despite
require
the margin of the miss on the
158.
bullseye.
And we always ask, does a player lay up or do they go for the ball? Of all
84.
places he could miss,
Stephen, you
he's
require
missed in the perfect
32.
place.
Yeah, kind of did both.
Game shot on the third leg.
He does
Stephen
avoid being
Plumstead.
beaten to 0.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Beaten 4-2 by Michaels yesterday, but did win this fixture by that same scoreline on Monday.
180. $85.
Moreno Michaels maximum to start the leg.
140.
Keep getting these flashes from Moreno where
81.
180, 140, 140, and he makes the game look so easy. And then it just seems to abandon him very quickly.
132.
Could be an 11 darter here, though, from Moreno.
83. Moreno, you require 49.
Yet to register 90 average since match number 3.
Game shot on the
That
fourth
was
leg.
11 games
Moreno
ago.
Michaels.
This match number 14. He's not far away now from
Fifth leg, it's
back
Stephen
over
to
that
throw
hurdle.
first. Game on. $100. $97.
From what I recall, he wasn't exactly inspiring throughout the week when he went on to win it, Moreno
140.
Michaels. But when it came to the business end on the Saturday, he got the job done. Doesn't matter how you get there.
43.
And he got all the way to the grand
65.
final. Jacob Taylor, who got to the grand final in a previous series, didn't actually win his week. He was a second place player as a replacement. There will be a
96.
handful of those in the next Champions Week as well, due to a couple of players getting PDC Tour cards.
82. $140. Stephen, you require 114.
Chance for him to win it in style then.
98.
Some
Moreno,
Dutch
you require
delight to end the match.
125.
Needed at least a 25 to keep the shot alive.
55.
Big inhale of
Stephen
breath at the
requires
back of the
16.
stage there from Stephen Plumstead, who's trying to control that heart rate right now.
Game shot on the fifth
Every single
leg.
one of these
Stephen
games will be
Plumstead.
played with the exact same passion from Stephen Plumstead.
Sixth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
He wants every single moment, every single win, enjoying and embracing every minute he gets up on that stage.
58.
Would love to be here on Saturday night. Reckons he would fill the place out.
140.
Bring a boat full.
With that in mind, you might want to scan that QR code now and get your place, because if Stephen Plumstead gets through, you might not be able to get a ticket here on
100.
Saturday night. QR code will take you to dartshop.tv, where you can book your tickets here for just a small booking fee.
100.
Good value. Free darts.
95.
3 drinks for £10. That was 3.
41.
And who knows who you will see. People came here last year for a night of the darts and
95.
saw a certain Luke Littler before he was famous.
100. Moreno, you require 153. 93. Stephen, you require 120. 60.
Second time in this
Moreno,
game,
you
Moreno
require 60.
approaches the hockey with a chance to win the fixture.
$50.
4-2 would have been
Stephen,
the
you
perfect
require
scoreline that would have
60.
kept it firmly in his hands in regards to Group B. But again, missing the big number, Stephen.
20. Moreno, you
Chance.
require 10.
May have gone.
Double 5 then. The
5.
chance hasn't gone yet for
Stephen, you
Plumstead, and the
require
way finish
40.
as you'd expect him to hit with 3 darts in hand at a double. He's precisely at that percentage in this match.
Game shot on the sixth
And he does hit.
leg. Stephen
And it's all
Plumstead.
square, and he has the darts in the decider.
Seventh and final leg. It's Stephen to throw first.
Well, defeat
Game
here for
on.
Moreno Michaels, and it's going to get very, very sticky. He'd be
100.
2 points behind JT Davis, the man he's still got to play, but he'd be 4 legs behind him.
59.
And that
60.
means that a 4-3 win in their match wouldn't be enough for him
60.
to get ahead of JT. But just eliminate one of
81.
those possible score lines. If he wins this leg, of course, it'll be a straight race. Great fight. Winner takes all.
96. $65.
Basically means that you can't just go up and
125.
hold his throat. Would have to get a break against JT Davis to qualify. If he loses this match, he's given himself a chance to win it, but it is a big, big
137. Moreno, you require
outside chance.
161. $137. Stephen, you require 58.
Make sure of the big number, Stephen. Well, he's left a double. Probably not the one he expected, but that's a beautiful lie there for Stephen.
54.
And the strength of his game, the doubles, has
Moreno
just let him
required
down at a point
24.
where he may have got 2 more points on the board.
Double six. Well, this little exchange could change
Game,
everything.
shot, and the match.
And Moreno Michaels
Moreno
gets the win, and it's a win that puts him level on points with JT Davis. 4th place in the group, but it will be a straight fight between him and JT to see which one of them progresses to Group B with Scott Walters, all because of those misses by Plumstead and that hit by Michaels. That will be the penultimate match of the day. The final match of the day is Christian de Boer against Stephen Plumstead, top against bottom. But before that, Scott Walters takes on Lisa Ashton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Moreno Michels has just drawn himself level on points with JT Davis in the league table. They're both on 14 points and they play each other in our penultimate match. Let's have a look, though, at the results we've seen so far, with one round of fixtures still remaining, and confirmation of that 4-3 victory for Moreno Michels over Stephen Plumstead last time out. A really significant victory in there as well was JT Davis's victory over Lisa Ashton. That's the best we've seen from him in quite some time in Group A. He'd lost his 3 previous matches in this group, and inspired by this fantastic 1-6-4, as you can see there, Lisa Ashton was left on 80, thought that she'd get a little look at that, but JT Davis, the American, had other ideas. He took out that 1-6-4, absolutely sublime. But into our final round of fixtures we go now, and Scott Walters, who's already confirmed his place in Group B. We can see confirmation of that in the group table. He will be returning for a Group B campaign. Christian de Boer, of course, we've known for quite some time that he is our first player through to finals night. But it is Scott Walters taking on Lisa Ashton, who's going to be returning for a Group C campaign herself. The only thing that is to be determined is that penultimate match between JT Davis and Moreno Michels for the final Group B spot. But But let's get back into the action now. Walters against Ashton in the company of Edgar and Murphy.
Yeah, the last 3 fixtures will determine, well, most will be kind of dead rubbers. The one in between this and the last one will decide who joins
First
Scott
leg,
Waters in
it's
Group
Scott
B.
to throw first.
Michaels against
Game
Davis
on.
in the penultimate game. Ashton's going to be in Group C. Waters will be in Group B. De Boer, of course, through as a group winner. He'll take on Stephen Plumstead in the last match.
30. $99.
Very encouraging signs once again today for Lisa Ashton, not just for today
81.
or for this week, but I mean in terms of 2024. She was probably concerned at the back end of last year that maybe
30.
darts is going to be more in the past than in the future. Certainly having the operation on that nerve around the elbow. Something I know
40.
she wasn't too keen of or enjoyed, wasn't put under the general anaesthetic as originally told.
45.
Still in a phase of recovery at the moment. Still able
60.
to throw some good darts. She's certainly going to be a contender when that women's series starts again in a month or so time.
59.
In regards to that women's
26.
match play, currently sat in a very good position, 3rd place, and more than £3,000 clear
30.
as well in 3rd place. So likelihood is we'll see her again at the Winter Gardens. For me, the
58.
greatest venue in darts.
Yeah, many say that.
99.
She's not had the joy there that she would have hoped. Lisa Ashton, a sort of home from home for her.
95. Lisa, you require 139. $80. Scott, you require 111. $71. Lisa, you require 59.
Double 10.
49. Scott, you require
Oh,
40.
it's a bit of a laboured first leg.
$30.
It's not getting any better
Lisa,
at
you
the
require
moment.
10.
Both players ending up on 10. After 51 darts thrown between
Game
them,
shot
but
on the
Lisa
first
Ashton
leg.
brings an
Lisa
end
Ashton.
to that and gets a break of
Second
throw.
leg, it's Lisa to
Okay.
throw first. Game on.
Many breaks of throw in 25 darts. But Scott Walters has been sort of really up and down in the last few games today.
140.
Just take the last 2 as a sample size. A 4-0 defeat to Moreno Michaels, followed by a 4-1 win against the league winner, Christian de Boer.
135. $28. $140.
Ashton, the first ever female player to
96.
hold a PDC tour card. I'm sure there's going to be plenty more. Pick up that accolade over the coming years. We see the growth in the ladies' game.
135.
153 players picking up ranking money across 2023. Showing the
97.
entry numbers
Scott, you
rising, and with
require
that
91.
rising, you can only imagine the standard's going to go up as well.
And had certainly gone up in this
Game
match
shot
very
the second
quickly.
leg. Scott
Scott
Walters.
Walters suddenly with an 11 dart leg.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
He threw 27 darts in the previous leg, Scott Walters, and didn't win it.
Well,
he's certainly firing now, isn't he?
180. $96.
Do you think Bo Graves is going to be a big reason as to why the ladies' game's
28.
going to excel? When you think about what's happened with professional darts, Phil Taylor sort of set the bar, and the chasing pack had to meet that standard.
139.
And I don't think the ladies' game's had that since Trina Gulliver, that sort of real flag bearer who people need to meet that standard of.
45.
Yeah, she has been a dominant force on the women's series and in the WDF system as well.
98.
Hasn't attempted to get a two card herself. Alan Sherrick did and got to the final stage. Got quite close last year, in fact, at qualifying school.
55. $44. $41. Lisa, you
I think
require
this game, if you was
124.
ever wondering how Scott Walters' week has gone, I think you only need to watch this one fixture to see how it is. 27 darts and can't win the leg.
78.
So
Scott, you
rattles off the
require
next leg.
152.
Like there's no tomorrow. And then straight away, back to what it was
30.
before. 18
Lisa, you
darts
require
thrown and leaves
46.
122.
11 darter in between the two poor legs.
Game shot on
And
the
he's
third
lost both
leg.
as well.
Lisa Ashton.
All right, having the 11 darter, but if you lose the bad legs,
Fourth leg, it's Lisa to
You'll
throw
probably
first.
lose a match.
Game on.
it's another breaker throw in this one. Ashton leads 2-1. Scott Walters, I think he's ready for this group to end.
Well, the 2 legs he's
100.
had to throw, he's thrown 45 darts and lost them both. Do you get the feeling when the
41.
winning dart goes in, he'll be off that stage, grab his backpack, and he'll probably be out of here before Moreno Michaels takes on JT Davies in our next fixture.
100.
That one does have plenty on it as well. Whoever wins it will be in Group B. Whoever loses it will be in Group C. You're new to the Super Series.
60.
The advantage of that is that in Group B, 3 players from 5 progress to finals night, where it's only 2 from 6 in Group C.
100.
Actually, statistically, more likely to go through Group B than go out. Huge, huge advantage in getting there.
95. $45. $95. Lisa, you require 156. $100.
Another good scoring leg here from Lisa Ashton.
45. Lisa, you require 56.
Another slip from Scott Walters. 6 darts now from 56.
$36.
Sometimes when you have that little bit of a slip with the first dart, it can just throw you off for the double. You just have that very rapid thought go through your head of, well, I missed a massive number like that. How am I going to hit a
95.
small double?
Lisa, you require 20. Game shot on the fourth
How
leg.
many times has he
Lisa
done that today?
Ashton.
That last starting hand on the double five. Working an absolute
Fifth leg,
treat
it's Scott to
for the
throw
Lancashire
first.
Rose,
Game on.
who is now just a leg away from picking up her 7th victory of the group. That's nearly a 50-50 return.
177.
She'll be delighted with that.
Great return from Scott Walters with that first visit, but again playing into that
137.
consistently inconsistent narrative. Now he's thrown 4 perfect darts. Grimace when he couldn't make it 5.
100. $45.
Scott Walters just retrieving his darts from the left hand to the right.
100.
Just ready to go. And Lisa Ashton, now you see, even the way they hold the darts in the non-throwing hand are
99.
different. You just
Scott,
don't
you
find
require
2 dart players that do things the
124.
same way, do you?
Never.
92.
These are just literally holding on to the points. This means the hand doesn't have to come through as far to retrieve the dart, so less twist in the body or
100.
rotation.
Scott, you require
The
32.
Walters were almost like on a conveyor belt where you can just open the hand and it sort of drops them into the hand that's going to collect
Game
them.
shot on the fifth leg.
collects that leg.
Scott Walters.
3-2, 14 darter.
How Lisa holds them
Sixth
actually
leg, it's
removes
Lisa to
a very
throw
common
first.
issue that a
Game
lot
on.
of players have now. A lot of people will talk about people that walk on the third dart because it's so visually
140.
there that you can see it. But what a lot of people do that also do that will move the hand to collect the dart as part of the throwing motion.
100.
So rather than throw the dart and then collect as 2 parts, you tend to find that they just loop the action and then it just sort of engages the
58.
shoulder and tiny bit of twist and rotation. They're the people that traditionally hit quite a lot of 5s.
100.
What is she going to sign off with another win? As Matthew just mentioned, it'll be
126.
7 out of 15, a decent return. Something to give her cause for optimism going into Group C.
43. $99. $95.
He's getting a chance
Lisa
to win it.
requires 78.
And Scott Walters didn't work things out correctly there.
46.
The maths just gives Lisa that little bit of cushion, knowing that she can just come back, get this match won,
38.
and a very healthy
Lisa
return.
required 32. Game, shot.
Yeah, really
and
good
the
stuff from
match.
Lisa Ashton. A good way to end her Group A campaign. A 4-2 success over Scott Walters, who is going to be in Group B. But he's only done it by winning 1 more match than Lisa Ashton. She ends her campaign with 7 wins from her 15 matches. Walters with 8 wins, yet there are 3 places between the Walters in 2nd, Ashton in 5th. But it's all about 3rd and 4th next. Whoever wins between JT Davis and Moreno Michaels will join Walters in Group B.
Right then, the final thing to be determined in Group A is whether debutant JT Davis or Series 5 runner-up Moreno Michels will clinch the final spot in Group B for the remainder of the week. JT Davis, for the second day running, lost his opening 3 games today before producing an impressive performance to whitewash the Lancashire Rose last time out. As for Moreno Michels, he sort of ambled through this group, really, shown glimpses of what he's capable of, but not been able to do so on a consistent basis. So to find out who'll be in B and who'll be in C for the remainder of the week, let's get back to Chris and
Throw
Matt.
first. Game on.
Yeah, this is a big one, as it turned out. A battle for third place, or potentially second.
85.
It is the second place in Group B that is up for grabs. Whoever wins the game will get it. That's because Moreno Michels managed to survive those match darts and then hit the winning double himself
100.
against Stephen Plumstead in the previous match to put himself on the same points as JT Davis going into this one. Davis, who started the week so well, winning 4 matches
100.
out of 4, but then only adding a further 3 from his remaining 10 matches. Can he make it
60.
4 from the last 11? And just managed to tread enough water to keep himself in the top 3.
But the big
60.
positive for JT is the fact that his best performance of the week came in that last fixture. Fixture where he was
57.
4-0 winner over Lisa Ashton. That was 3 games ago though now. So he'd have had quite a bit of time back in that back room, just having a
60.
casual throw. Managing that time in the back room is just as important as what you do on the stage. You don't want to throw
94.
too much and you don't want to throw too little. It's the old porridge scenario, isn't it? Too hot, too cold. Want to get it just right.
60.
Christian de Boer has got it right, and he'll be in action in the last match. Top against bottom when de Boer meets Plumstead. The group winner through to Saturday night.
122. Moreno, you require 136.
Well, he's already playing Plumstead again tomorrow in Group C, whoever loses the game. But the speciality for this man has been the ton toppers,
Game
and there's
shot
another
the first
one
leg.
for Moreno Michels.
Michels.
So 136 to add to the bingo card.
Second leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on.
9th tumblers checkout of the week so far, and they're all different as well.
60.
He's had the 170, he's had the 100, he's had our favourite finish here at the Super Series, the 127.
59.
136 and the 137 though, they're the ones that really stand out as well, because they're ones that you need 3 perfect darts. Shots like a 109, 104, 16, 115. You
42.
get that opportunity just to hit a big number. With the 136 and 137, you need either the 2 trebles or you need 2 doubles.
125.
2 trebles again there for Moreno. Trying to attack the Davis throw now to follow up that brilliant start.
101. 97. 96. 100. 80. Moreno, you require 120. 44. JT require 122.
Finish he has already taken this week. He took it in his very first leg of the week here at the Super Series. He'd need the
54.
treble to have a dart at the ball.
Moreno
So
requires
Moreno
76.
double his lead.
36. JT
Gets
requires
there in the
68.
end, but he's going to have to wait for another opportunity to present itself. That's if JT does not hit the double 16.
52.
That
Moreno
opportunity
requires
is here.
40.
Double top. Moreno Michaels. Double 10. And he fails to find
13.
either.
JT requires 16. Game shot on the second leg.
You mentioned
JT
it earlier, you could
Davis.
see the margin of the miss with the first start. The correction was vast, but
Third leg, it's Moreno to
point.
throw first. Game on.
and we're still none the wiser. No closer to determining which of these darts players will be in Group B action, along with
100.
Scott Walters, Tony O'Shea, Wayne Jones, and the defending Super Series champion Jim McEwen. That group's getting
43.
underway, 10 p.m. tomorrow night UK time. You can watch that on Sporty Stuff TV or the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
59. $54. 60. 85. 125. 57. Moreno required 157.
Would have been a big ask to add the 157 to his box.
57.
We are running out of space in that box as well. 9 tumblers checkouts so far. I said he's not had 2 of the same. He has had the 100
92.
before.
Moreno required 100.
The 170 as well before, which is what Davis has left. But will he get a go at it?
Game shot on the
He
third
won't.
leg. Moreno
Well, Michaels could have been 3-0 up in this game. Missed starts at double in the previous leg.
Fourth
But
leg,
he
it's
is
JT to
2-1
throw
up,
first.
and he
Game
does take
on.
his tally to 10 of those 3-figure checkouts.
That is mightily impressive.
60.
JT Davies' attention may be turning as well soon to Madison Square Garden, New York, when
43.
PDC rocks into town for a World Series event. He played there last year. He'll be hoping for a return back to that stage.
59.
Showing the globalized growth of darts now.
100.
And next up, Bahrain for the PDC stars, including Luke Littler. He always wants a Super Series star. We've got to call him a PDC star now.
I think we're just going to call him a star in general,
100.
aren't we? He's not just no longer within darts, it's within the mainstream media as well. Luke Littler. Seen him at
100.
Man United recently. The WWE showing interest in him turning up there when they toured the UK.
So far, sounds like some kind of punishment.
58.
Who can dish out the punishment in this game? It looks like this man is going to be the aggressor. It's all about him
140.
so far. Could have been 3-0 up, as mentioned. He could now be 3-1 up. if he can take out another
140.
three-figure out
Moreno,
shot.
you require 118. Game
Well, you
shot on
just
the
have to
foreplay.
marvel at Michaels.
Moreno Michaels.
This is magic finishing. 11 ton-plus checkouts this week.
It's Moreno to throw first.
And that
Game
one
on.
could be the most important of the lot. He's got his break, and now he's throwing for a place in Group B.
134. $100.
Group B, where
57.
there'll be 3 players waiting. Wayne Jones, who was one of the most consistent players on the Pro Tour for many years, still throws a very mean dart at the moment. Seen him
59.
on the Challenge Tour for the last couple of years. Jim McEwen, the reigning defending champion here at the Super Series. And
60.
Tony O'Shea, a multiple-time runner-up at the Lakeside, the WDF World Championship. Quite the lineup.
43.
That's a double day of darts. That's the evening session. In the afternoon, we've got Ricky Palmer joining us from the ADC and 2 World Championship runner-ups from the PDC, Kevin Painter and Mark
70.
Dubridge.
All those players as well have been finalists at the Super
76.
Series. Wayne Jones did it at the start of the last series, lost to Matt Clark. Tony O'Shea, back in Series 1, was the man that Chris Mason beat to
140.
get to Champions Week. Kevin Painter, also a runner-up to Matt Clark. That was back in Series 2.
78.
Made another final
Moreno
in Series
required
5 to
40.
Andres Harrison as well. But Moreno Michaels here, who's the runner-up of the last series.
No score.
He's looking
JT required 145.
to get into Group B this week. To stop him, a 145 is needed, and it's not going to happen.
How ironic, the 3 legs previous to this, Moreno Michaels going out with ton-plus
59.
checkouts.
Moreno required 40. $20. JT require 86.
And then misses 6 starts at the double.
And for treble 14 to try and leave tops.
38. Moreno
Is this the
required
moment then?
20.
And it will be a reunion with Jim McEwen in a repeat of the last series final. Oh
No
dear,
score.
oh dear.
JT required
He doesn't want the
48.
reunion. Even JT found that filthy.
$8. Moreno
Surely this time,
required 20.
the 4th time of asking for Moreno.
Game, shots, and the match.
Well, there
Moreno
it is.
Michaels.
Moreno Michaels will be in Group B. JT Davis has fallen out of the top 3 spots. He's going to play in Group C after an amazing start for JT Davis when he won all his first 4 matches in Group A on Monday to sit top of the table after day 1. He's been a slide since then, and he falls out of the top 3. A poor performance in the match that he needed to win, it has to be said. A couple more 3-figure finishes there for Moreno Michaels, taking his Group A tally to 11 in 15 matches. And with the aid of that 136, he is going to be in the Group B action tomorrow night. There is the small matter of one more match to play today, and it features a man at the bottom of the table, Stephen Plumstead, against a group winner, Christian de Bert.
So Christian de Boer has already booked his spot in finals night. We'll see him back here at the Live Lounge on Saturday night, but he still has one more match to be completed, and having picked up just 3 legs from his last 2 matches, he'll certainly want to sign off with a victory here. He takes on a player he's already beaten twice this week in Stephen Plumstead, who'll return tomorrow and Friday in Group C. But to see which way the points go in our final Group A fixture, let's get back to Chris Murphy and Matt Edgar.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. It's been a couple of defeats, hasn't it, for Christian de Boer since his fate was pretty much sealed earlier on.
First leg, it's Christian to
Losing
throw
out
first.
to Lisa
Game
Ashton
on.
4-2, and then Scott Walters 4-1. Maybe the foot has come off the gas a little bit, but I think I'm in agreement. He will
45.
want to end the campaign on a high, having finished top of the table.
Well, he can't take the foot off the gas here, because one thing we know about Stephen Plumstead is he's
70.
living his dream up there on the Super Series stage, and every single game to him will feel just as important, regardless of where he is on the table.
45. $24.
The odds compilers for this game would have you think that Christian de Boer is a pretty sure thing here, but we've seen enough in
135.
Plumstead, certainly on the double in, to suggest that Christian may not have things all his own way here.
He's probably spoilt a few
44.
people's betting slips this week, de Boer. And then when they thought, right, I'm just going to stop backing against him, he started losing.
140.
It's been a funny old group, but when he had intensity to go and get the job done, he really was taking his chances time after
140.
time, and I think that's really been the difference between
136.
him and most of the other players.
96. $100. Christian, you require 40.
Double top to take the first leg.
No score. Stephen, you require 123.
Plumstead's finishing has been decent as well. He's not on the Moreno Michaels scale of big finishers, but when he gets to go at a double, he often pops it in a dart or two.
91. Christian, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg.
But
Christian
tops
de
is
Boer.
popped, and de Boer has the first leg in his pocket.
Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
You look at the league table at the end of the day, Stephen Plumstead is going to be
85.
cut adrift at the bottom. Do you think that's a fair reflection?
I think it is, on the basis that his doubling percentage is so good, but he's still not picking up the wins. The reason for that is just the amount
81.
of trebleless visits. If he can just tighten those up a little bit, that is the real key to him picking up some more points. We know
41.
who's going to be joining him now in that Group C campaign. JT Davies, Lisa Ashton, and the 3 players that will be joining in that group.
39.
Dudbridge, Painter and Palmer. I think there's some points to be got there for Stephen Plumstead, but also an opportunity to play 2
60.
World Championship runner-ups, which, again, just will vindicate all those hours and all the extra effort that Stephen's had to do in order to
45.
earn his place here at the Super Series. And we do often see many remarks of people who suggest they could do
58.
better than some of the people here at the Super Series, and if you do believe that, following the footsteps of Stephen Plumstead, who has been putting the hours in,
81.
getting to his ADC events. It's not a closed door here. Get to those ADC events. Find your local qualifier.
73.
Vault
Stephen, you require
systems all up and down
170.
the UK. You won't have to go too far, I can assure you of that.
Oh, gave it a real go.
145. Christian, you require 135.
Would have been a wonderful moment for that highlight reel. You can see he is still enjoying it. He's going to come back and clean up the
99.
25 he left from
Stephen,
that
you require
big
25.
fish attempt.
Game shot on the second leg. Stephen
Not the big fish,
Plumstead.
but he got the scraps. And it's all square between the
Third
man
leg,
at the
it's
top
Christian to
and the
throw
man
first.
at the bottom.
Game on. $81.
Just reminded me of a amazing thing that used to
45.
the scraps. I remember that used to go to the chip shop. You get your chips and your scraps on the top, which you the bits of batter that would fall off the fish. Be interesting to
82.
see what Christian de Boer's going to be getting up to for the next couple of days. Might be a question we need to ask him, because being from Holland, I've had much communication
100.
with people from various places in Europe, and they find our sort of cuisines or delicacies a bit confusing at times.
Yeah, many of them big
45.
fans of our breakfasts, though.
I've had some comments recently about food, and one said, oh, in the UK they have chips as a
123.
side for things like lasagna, or they have it with Chinese. And I'm like, I see no problem with this. I often want to line the insides of a prawn cracker with a
137.
few mushed up chips.
$59. Christian, you require 156.
Looking forward to my chicken salad for lunch today. With chips.
Don't worry, January's nearly over, Chris.
59. $100.
Oh, can he help
Christian, you
himself to a
require
nice
97.
tasty finish here? 97 on offer. He thought about double there, but then quickly switched his plan.
57. Stephen, you require 74.
Well, now he needs to find a treble. That's not a great dart. It will be tops for
24.
KDB. Get back
Christian,
on
you
top in
require
this game.
40.
That was a reaction and a half.
Game shot on the third leg. Christian de Boer.
Do you know what that reminds me? Remember the cartoons where the eyes would come out and like touch the item and like, "Rrrr."
Fourth leg, it's Stephen to throw
I'm sure,
first.
could our social media team do that? Get the eyes to like pop out?
Well, the challenge has been set.
81.
All was well that ended well anyway. He managed to put right the wrong.
58. $40. $60. $81.
Well, he's the
45.
first through to Saturday. We don't know who's going to join him yet, but based on what you've seen in this group, how do you rate Christian's chances?
140.
Stumped. It's absolutely stumped.
28.
I mean, you'll have to be good for maybe 3 matches, don't you, on a Saturday? It's not necessarily all 4.
And I don't see too many people coming in with that sort of high level of consistency. I mean, Mark
59.
Dubbridge, Jim McEwen, 2 players. Kevin Painter can certainly hit the highs. We've seen him do that on the
81.
seniors
Stephen,
recently.
you require 100.
I think he's going to have to find a little bit more. We know he can. He's shown us some great signs, 101.90.
90.
The real standout performance of anybody here this week. He's at more 90-plus averages than anybody. And I suppose on a Saturday night, you don't have to be
45. Stephen, you
consistent
require
across the
10.
games. It's bit more knockout.
Not even been consistent leg by leg in this game. Allowing
Game shot on
Plumstead
the
a
fourth
free one
leg.
really here. He wasn't
Stephen
even on a
Plumstead.
finish when Stephen managed to find that double 2 for a 21 darter.
Fifth leg, it's Christian to throw first. Game on. $85. $78. $100. $100. $100.
Between Stephen and Christian this week have both gone the way of the Dutchman. 4-1 on Monday, 4-2 on Tuesday.
55. $60.
Beautiful.
140.
Well-timed darts from
Christian, you require
Stephen Plumstead.
156.
Gonna get a shot at the 128.
82. Stephen, you require
We'll
128.
see him start on the 18s. Another one of those. Would have left the double 10.
120. Christian, you require 74.
I'll be hoping for an opportunity. He's had a look at the scoreboard. And it's the bullseye. He expects it.
49.
Hasn't
Stephen,
gone,
you
and
require
Stephen
8.
Plumstead. Chance to step in and break the throw.
It was double 2 to win the last leg. It's
Game
double
shot on
1
the
to win
fifth
this
leg.
one.
Stephen Plumstead.
And he does take his opportunity and is now going to have one to win the match.
Sixth leg, it's Stephen to throw
And
first.
what confidence this could
Game
give him
on.
going into tomorrow. Knowing that he's beaten the man who's won the group.
81.
Would be his 5th win of the group as well.
97.
I'm sure he'll be happy with 5 wins from a Group A. That's a perfect dart. Absolutely perfect for how his darts land in the board.
180.
Talk him in.
It looks like he might be closing in on that win.
42.
He's opened up a big gap already in this, what could be the final leg. Doesn't need to get too adventurous here.
43.
Well, there's some deflection. Nearly got the treble 18.
Almost a bonus. Charlie Clayton did that on a Pro Tour once for a 174.
55.
It's Steve Beaton once as well, who had the dart like catch the flight and come back up and hit the 180.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, we had a few wonder darts here as well. Darts going out and going back
125.
in. It looks like Stephen Plumstead is on the cusp of victory here.
45. Stephen, you require 72.
Well, you've got time, and time something is not really needed.
All the 18s,
Game,
and
shot,
there it
and the
is.
match.
Stephen Plumstead, the man who finished bottom of the table. He has beaten the man who's won the group, Christian de Boer. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from Stephen Plumstead in that final match. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. That's been a real strength of his campaign, and he'll be one to watch for the rest of the week in Group C. He's going to go into that group with Lisa Ashton and JT Davis. Scott Walters and Moreno Michaels going into Group B. But the group winner, despite that defeat, despite losing his last 3 matches in this group, he did all the damage yesterday when he won all of his matches. Christian de Boer wins the group, but in the last game of it, goes down to Stephen Plumstead by 4 legs to 2.
Yeah, how often do we see that, Matt? Once someone has topped the group and secured their place in finals night, it's quite difficult for them, isn't it, to reach that height again, and they so often lose their subsequent matches. Do you think that's what happened there?
I think he just lost his focus a little bit, and certainly, I mean, I can still hear him going off now. He's saying about how he's not really played well all week, and he hasn't really. He's just done the right things at the right times. When the opportunities have presented themselves, he's took them. So, I mean, that's all you can do, really. It's not for, you only beat what's in front of you, and that's what he's done.
Yeah, he was really keen to emphasise that as he walked off the stage there, wasn't he, about his performance levels. But on the flip side of that, there are other players who've played in this group who are going to be so frustrated that they've not been able to capitalise on the overall standard in this group.
Yeah, well, he'll be probably telling them all about that as well, because he told us about it there, on the stairs, at the bottom of the stage, behind the curtain, all the way, literally, just constantly. So he's probably been telling the rest of the group, or that's probably the vibe of the practice room as well, which sort of does rub off quite a lot. And I think that's probably the discussion that's going on in there. No one's going to have gone in there feeling happy, and every time they've come out, it's probably like, can we put the negative behind us rather than can we come up and do something good? And you come up in a negative place, and I feel all of them have just got sucked into that and probably pulled each other down, really, in the back room.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the 15 results that we've seen from today. The most important one, I think, was Christian de Boer's victory over JT Davis in his second match of the day. That ended JT Davis's chances of qualifying via Group A. Lisa Ashton, though, let's reflect on her Group A campaign a bit, because we've spoken quite a lot about her injury, about how difficult she was going to find it to settle up here with so many games to be played. But she has got better and better as this week has gone on.
Really impressed. I was worried at the start of it. I thought, 5 days, what are you doing, Lisa? That's too much. Maybe she should have looked at a Group C or a Group B, but actually she's really grown into it. What I would really hate to see now is sort of the last couple of days, her end on a negative, and it sort of go back to where we feared it may be on Monday. I'd like to see it, even if it just stays the same. I'm not looking like, can we get massive improvements? Yeah. The whole goal for me, for what Lisa, just come out of it feeling healthy, come out of it feeling good. So just a bit more of the same, I'd be delighted to see.
Yeah, I think regardless of what happens for Lisa Ashton from now till the end of the week, I think it's fair to say the Women's Series has certainly got its hands full this year with Lisa Ashton involved, that's for certain. Let's have a look then at the table. Confirmation of how things have ended in Group A. Christian de Boer, we've known for quite some time, haven't we, that he's the first player through to finals night. Moreno Michaels and Scott Walters will be competing in Group B. Then JT Davis, Lisa Ashton and Stephen Plumstead will return tomorrow afternoon for a Group C campaign. JT Davis, what do you think he'll be feeling right now? Missed out on the opportunity to get into Group B, topped the table after day one. How do you think he'll be feeling to have dropped into a Group C campaign?
I think he'll feel exactly like the rest of them will. And what they'll do, they'll get home, they'll look back at this and they'll watch some games back, because that's kind of what people do when they've played on the stage. They'll look at that table at the end of the day and then they'll go, there's a game or a moment. If I were to beat that player, I'd have had a chance at, and everyone's going to feel regret. Everyone's going to feel like they had an opportunity here, and they'll pinpoint a moment. It'd be really interesting to know what he feels was the moment for him that sort of turned it and knocked him out of position. But I think he's going to be happy in Group C. There's a couple of legends coming in there in Dudbridge and Painter. He's come over here. He's only been playing darts for a year. I think he's going to be absolutely delighted to be having the opportunity to share the stage with players like those two.
Yeah, you've teed it up perfectly there. Let's have a look at the group breakdowns for the rest of the week. Group B, of course, sees the return of our Series 5 champion, Jim McEwen, along with Silverback Tony O'Shea, Scott Walters, Marina Michaels and Wayne Jones. When you look at Group B, Jim McEwen returns, of course. He has had one go at this stage already. He returns. When he looks at that Group B, what do you think he'll be feeling? Because he played some really good stuff at Q School last week, didn't he?
I don't think he needs to look at that Group B. I think he needs to look at himself. Because with 3 players out of those 5 going through, if Jim McEwen plays his normal standard, Jim McEwen will go through. I was here the week Jim McEwen came back after winning his Champions Week. And that week, he just weighed on him. You could see the expectation, what happened on the stage the last time he was here, the disappointment as it wasn't happening, it wasn't replicating. And I just think he needs to leave the past in the past and try and look forward and what happens this week and what happens at Champions Week and all those things are in the future. And don't just try and replicate what he did before, just weighed a bit too heavy on him.
Yeah, there are still 5 spots at finals night, still up for grabs. KDB has taken the first of them from Group A, but 5 more still to be taken. And tomorrow night, our reigning champion returns.
Your new MODUS Super Series champion,